There are stories governments swore were lies, conspiracies whispered in back alleys, buried in redacted files, and dismissed by the powerful as nothing more than paranoia. But the truth has a way of clawing its way to the surface. Secret experiments on innocent civilians, hidden programs manipulating the media, schemes so audacious they sound like fiction until the documents are declassified, the whistleblowers step forward, and the denials crumble. These aren't theories anymore. They're facts, verified, proven, and deeply unsettling. What else have we been told to forget? What operations still lurk behind closed doors, waiting for the right moment to surface? From mind control and mass surveillance to rigged wars and suppressed technologies, we're about to dive into a 4-hour descent through some of the most shocking government conspiracies that turned out to be terrifyingly true. So grab a drink, get comfortable, and brace yourself. Because once you see what's been hidden in plain sight, there's no going back. Let's uncover what they never wanted us to know. The smoke had not yet lifted from the scorched cities of Europe. In the spring and summer of 1945, the world hung suspended between victory and reckoning. The Allied flags flew high above shattered rooftops, and Nazi banners lay trampled in the streets. American boots pressed into German soil, not in fear now, but in cold triumph, moving through silent towns where the air still tasted of ash and artillery. The Third Reich had fallen, but in its collapse, it left behind more than ruins and bodies. It left behind minds. In dusty underground bunkers and shuttered laboratories, amid half-burnt schematics and fractured prototypes, a different kind of war was already being waged. It was quieter, but no less consequential. As soldiers stacked rifles and tanks fell silent, intelligence officers, engineers, and military officials were already drawing up new battle lines. Lines not of territory, but of science, of knowledge, of secrets. From the ruined outskirts of Peenemünde to the depths of Mittelwerk, where slave labour had been used to construct the fearsome V-2 rockets, American agents moved quickly. Their orders were unspeakable in polite circles, but clear. Locate the German scientists who had powered Hitler's war machine, find the physicists, the chemists, the rocket men, and bring them back. Before the Soviets did, before the truth caught up with them, before anyone asked too many questions. It was in this quiet crucible that Operation Paperclip was born. It did not begin with headlines or official decrees. It began with a list, a growing list of names, many circled in red, some marked with question marks or cautionary notes, others underlined with urgency. These were men with reputations, men who had built engines that flew higher and faster than any Allied plane. Men who had designed nerve agents, perfected guided missile systems, pushed the boundaries of aerospace, metallurgy, and physics in ways no one else in the world had dared. They had been working for the Nazis, but now they might work for America. The first to be pulled from the embers was Wernher von Braun. He was young, handsome, and possessed the kind of intellect that didn't need to announce itself. His eyes were distant, always calculating, always ahead of the conversation. He had been the architect of the V-2 rocket program, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile, an innovation birthed not in gleaming laboratories, but in subterranean tunnels carved out by emaciated prisoners in the bowels of the Harz Mountains. Thousands had died building his vision, and yet here he was, just weeks after Germany's surrender, dressed in civilian clothes and seated at a table across from American intelligence officers, sipping coffee. He spoke fluent English, he made jokes, he smiled, and he made himself useful. The Americans didn't arrest him, they offered him papers. Von Braun wasn't the only one, he was merely the most recognizable. In quiet clusters, scientists were being plucked from the wreckage and quietly detained, not in cells but in safe houses, in commandeered estates, and later, in military planes bound for places no one could ask about. Men like Arthur Rudolph, who had overseen operations at the Mittelwerk facility, men like Hubertus Struckhold, who had conducted aviation medical experiments, some said even on unwilling human subjects. Men who had built weapons for Hitler were now being offered jobs by Uncle Sam. But it was not only their inventions the Americans feared losing, it was their minds. There was a bitter urgency to the endeavour. The Cold War had not yet begun officially, but everyone who mattered knew it had already started. The Soviets were coming, sweeping westward with equal speed, snatching up German expertise where they could. Stalin's men were not asking politely, and so, in this new shadow war, morality became a luxury. The Americans could not afford to fall behind, not in science, not in space, and certainly not in the construction of missiles that might one day determine the fate of continents. Back in Washington, not everyone was comfortable with the plan. At the Pentagon, at State, at the Department of Justice, there were whispered protests. Some of these men had been members of the Nazi Party. Some had directly overseen the suffering of forced labourers. There were files, dossiers thick with testimonies, photos, records that hinted at atrocities. There were legal implications, moral hazards, but these objections were quietly managed. The scientists' records were sanitized, their pasts edited. In many cases, the very paperclips used to attach their Nazi affiliations to their personnel files were removed, hence the name that would come to cloak the whole operation, Paperclip. In the months that followed, the flights began. Night after night, out of obscure airfields in Germany and Austria, American planes lifted off, carrying passengers whose names were not to be mentioned. These were not extraditions, they were extractions. The scientists travelled with fake histories and carefully curated resumes, often accompanied by their families. Some landed in Texas, others in Ohio, Huntsville, Alabama, White Sands, New Mexico, Fort Bliss, places where no one would ask questions, where classified projects were hidden behind chain-link fences and guarded by MPs with strict instructions. Their new lives began without fanfare. Some of them were given military housing, others were offered new homes, new vehicles. They were handed visas, eventually citizenship, and most of all, they were handed laboratories. Facilities with funding, equipment, and American assistants who marvelled at their knowledge, but rarely asked where it came from. Von Braun, who had once posed for photos in SS uniform, now walked the halls of American military research centres, pitching rockets not as weapons, but as tools for space exploration. His V-2 missile, once aimed at London, became the blueprint for intercontinental missiles, and eventually the Saturn V rocket that would carry man to the moon. But that was later. In 1945, these men were still ghosts. They moved through American cities unnoticed, their pasts sealed by bureaucrats and cloaked in patriotic necessity. No headlines announced their arrival. Their presence was not debated in Congress. Outside a narrow circle of military and intelligence officials, no one knew what had been done or why. Meanwhile, back in Germany, the evidence of their crimes was not so easily buried. At Mittelbau-Dora, where von Braun's V-2 rockets were once assembled in secret, American soldiers and journalists were uncovering horrors. The tunnels beneath the mountains were lined with makeshift barracks where prisoners had been starved, beaten, and worked to death. Piles of corpses were found stacked beside machinery. Survivors told of brutal overseers, of hangings used as warnings, of men collapsing beside rocket parts that had to be completed on deadline. Many of those same rockets would later be displayed in American museums as technological marvels. The contradiction was stark. But in 1945, with the war barely over and the Soviets looming ever closer, the questions could wait. In Fort Bliss, Texas, Wernher von Braun and his team were given their own section of the base, their own workspaces, their own carefully tailored mission briefs. They were tasked with rebuilding what they had once destroyed, the path forward in rocket science, this time under a different flag. They gave lectures, they ran tests, they spoke to reporters only when permitted and always with scripted modesty. To most Americans, these men were brilliant German engineers, emblems of American scientific openness, not former servants of a fascist regime. For the scientists themselves, the transition was strange, but not unwelcome. They learned English quickly. They enrolled their children in American schools. They attended company barbecues and posed for press photos in front of chalkboards filled with complex equations. In interviews, they downplayed their roles in the Nazi regime. They expressed regrets when necessary, but more often, they emphasized the inevitability of their actions, how they had only wanted to build rockets, how politics had gotten in the way, how they had never really known what was happening in the camps. Some of them believed it, some didn't care. But behind their smiling public images, there remained a shadow, a lingering unease. Many of them had not only been members of the Nazi Party, but had joined voluntarily, not out of fear but ambition. Some had worn the uniform of the SS. Others had overseen factories built atop mass graves. Their brilliance had been used in service of one of history's darkest regimes, and now it was being used again under the stars and stripes. For the American officials who had orchestrated it all, there were justifications. The world had changed. The moral calculus was different now. The Soviets were no less ruthless. If the United States didn't secure these mines, someone else would. History, they argued, would understand. But at night, in quiet offices, some of them still hesitated when signing the papers, because they knew what the files said. They had seen the photos, read the witness accounts, reviewed the camp ledgers. They knew that when the last bomb fell and the last flag changed hands, the war hadn't truly ended, it had only shifted shape. And in that new shape, truth itself could be rewritten. Back in Peenemünde, the old test stands were crumbling. Rusted shells of experimental rockets lay scattered beneath the weeds. The sky, once shattered by explosions and the roar of engines, had grown silent again. But across the ocean, in the deserts of New Mexico and the forests of Alabama, a new sound was rising. It was the sound of men who had once worked for Hitler, now working for America, building machines that would one day reach the stars. And no one, outside the circle of silence, yet knew what it had cost. The transformation was nearly complete by the time the first real questions began to surface. In the polished offices of NASA headquarters, in the proud displays at American museums, in the grainy black and white newsreels that would eventually document man's first steps on the moon, Wernher von Braun stood tall, his accent softened, his demeanor professional, his past conspicuously out of frame. He had become the symbol of a future-minded America, the face of its ambition to leave Earth's atmosphere and travel beyond the limits of imagination. The ghosts of the war, of the underground factories, the skeletal laborers, the SS uniforms, remained where they had been carefully placed, in silence, in sealed files, in the shadows of progress. But shadows do not vanish. They merely wait for the light to change. By the 1970s, the light was changing. The war had ended decades ago, but in courtrooms and archives, in the testimonies of survivors and the declassified cables of intelligence agencies, a darker version of the story began to emerge. Operation Paperclip, once a nameless secret whispered behind closed doors, had a name now, and a body count. Over 1,600 scientists and engineers had been brought to the United States under its banner. Many were not only passive participants in Nazi Germany, they had been integral to its machinery of death and conquest. Some had stood at the rail lines as trains arrived at the camps. Others had overseen experiments in high-altitude chambers using human test subjects, prisoners who were often killed in the process. Some had designed the very systems that delivered bombs onto civilian populations, and others, like Arthur Rudolph, had directly supervised concentration camp labourers as they died by the hundreds constructing rockets. The files told stories that were no longer deniable. The US government had known, and they had brought them anyway. For decades, the rationale had been consistent: national security. The Soviet Union had its own operation, known as Operation Azorian, forcibly relocating thousands of German specialists to secret Soviet research cities. The race for supremacy, first in arms, then in space, had demanded sacrifices. But these were not only sacrifices of principle, they were sacrifices of truth. By the late 1970s, as investigative journalists and historians began to probe the depths of declassified documents, a series of damning revelations followed. Arthur Rudolph, who had been awarded the NASA Distinguished Service Medal, was discovered to have overseen operations at the Mittelwerk factory, where thousands of slave labourers had perished. In 1984, facing possible prosecution, he quietly renounced his US citizenship and left for West Germany, avoiding trial but not disgrace. Hubertus Strughold, once celebrated as the father of space medicine and the namesake of an Air Force medical library, was found to have been involved in wartime experiments that bore chilling similarity to those carried out in concentration camps. Though he was never charged, the pressure of public scrutiny grew, until the honours bearing his name were quietly removed. Even Wernher von Braun, long protected by his central role in America's space triumphs, could not remain untouched. Though his charisma and public image had shielded him, records confirmed his deep involvement with the Nazi regime and the SS. He had visited the Mittelwerk tunnels. He had seen the labourers. He had written in memos about using special prisoners to meet deadlines. Whether he ordered abuse or merely tolerated it, he had known, and the American government had chosen not to care. Behind the sanitized profiles were internal debates, intelligence memos warning of war crimes, Justice Department protests, military personnel expressing discomfort. But they were overruled. The operation was deemed too important. The Cold War had turned the moral world upside down. Yesterday's enemies became today's assets, and the victims became footnotes in pursuit of the greater goal. Not all Americans were content with that trade. A wave of investigations, both congressional and journalistic, eventually forced agencies like the Department of Justice to reckon with the past. The Office of Special Investigations, OSI, was created in 1979 to track down and deport Nazi war criminals who had entered the United States. Their work uncovered not just hidden identities, but a systemic effort to bury inconvenient truths. The files revealed careful efforts by the CIA and military branches to cleanse personnel records, to omit Nazi affiliations, to erase evidence of war crimes. Operation Paperclip had not been a moment of blind oversight. It had been deliberate. Engineers once wanted for prosecution were now naturalized citizens. Men with direct ties to atrocities had been invited to teach at American universities, to work in government labs, to advise on military strategy. They had received paychecks from the US government, pensions, honors, the protection of secrecy. Their pasts, it seemed, had been forgiven, not by time, but by policy. Public reaction, once awareness grew, was divided. Some saw the operation as a grim necessity, an unavoidable evil in the context of global competition. They argued that these scientists had accelerated American technological progress by decades, giving the West a decisive edge in both nuclear deterrence and space exploration. Without von Braun, they said, there would have been no moon landing. Without Rudolph, no ballistic missile deterrent to hold the Soviets in check. The ends had justified the means. Others could not stomach the compromise. How could a nation founded on freedom and justice shelter men who had served tyranny? How could it celebrate achievements built atop unmarked graves? And how many lives had been devalued? How many truths erased in the pursuit of progress? The answers were never easy, but the questions refused to go away. In recent decades, historians have continued to unearth the fuller scope of Operation Paperclip. It was not a single operation, but a shifting, evolving strategy, a net cast wide and fast, revised repeatedly as more scientists were deemed too valuable to ignore. The name itself was bureaucratic, chosen because of the innocuous act of attaching notes to files. But the contents of those files were anything but innocuous. Even after the official end of the Paperclip program in 1959, its legacy endured. The very architecture of American space exploration was built with the hands and minds of former enemies. The Saturn V rocket, which carried Apollo 11 to the moon, bore the fingerprints of engineers once employed by Hitler. The laboratories at Redstone Arsenal and White Sands were filled with blueprints originally drafted in Berlin and Peenemünde. The men who had once sought to launch weapons across continents were now launching dreams into orbit. The paradox was stark. In seeking to defeat evil, the Allies had recruited it. In seeking to preserve freedom, they had protected those who had once extinguished it, and in seeking truth, they had buried it. For the survivors of Nazi brutality, the prisoners who had survived the tunnels, the families who had lost loved ones to the V2 attacks, the victims of medical experiments, the discovery of Paperclip was a second betrayal. Justice had been postponed indefinitely. Some war criminals had been executed. Others had been welcomed to America with handshakes and housing. In 2014, the US government declassified more than 300 pages of records related to Operation Paperclip. The documents confirmed what many had already feared, that officials had deliberately bypassed presidential directives meant to exclude former Nazis, that they had altered records, and that they had misled the public. It had not been an oversight. It had been policy. Even now, debate lingers over whether Operation Paperclip was a necessary evil or an unforgivable compromise. There are no simple answers. The world that emerged from the ashes of World War II was a fractured one, filled with contradictions, haunted by what had been done in the name of security. The scientists brought over were brilliant, yes. Their work advanced humanity, yes. But their brilliance had once served a regime of horror, and their new lives came at a cost that can never be fully calculated. And in that contradiction lies the heart of the conspiracy, not a theory, but a fact. The United States government knowingly brought Nazi scientists to its soil, erased their pasts, and gave them futures they had denied to others. The truth was buried beneath paperclips and protocol until time and testimony forced it into the open. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. August 2nd, 1964, the South China Sea stretched out like a field of dull metal beneath a sunless sky, waves rising and collapsing under the weight of monsoon winds. August in the Gulf of Tonkin was no gentle season. The air pressed heavy on the skin, humid and thick, as if nature itself were holding its breath. In these waters, miles off the coast of North Vietnam, the destroyer USS Maddox sliced through the chop, grey hull cutting a clean wake as it moved on a patrol with its radars sweeping and sonar humming in constant vigilance. The Maddox was alone, but not unaware. Its crew, some of them barely out of adolescence, had grown tense over the past 24 hours. Word had circulated about North Vietnamese activity nearby. Torpedo boats, small and fast, reportedly moving through the region. There were rumors of surveillance missions, electronic listening, covert operations that left even experienced sailors uncertain of what exactly they were doing there. The Maddox wasn't just passing through, it was there with purpose. That much was clear. It was a Sunday. August the 2nd, the waters churned with wind and suspicion. Just after midday, radar screens flickered to life with contact. 3 fast-moving vessels hugging the coastline but steadily approaching. The call went out. Possible enemy craft. North Vietnamese patrol boats. The men on deck scrambled to their stations. The uneasy calm of the sea cracking beneath the urgency of orders barked across the bridge. Through binoculars and scopes, they caught their first glimpses. 3 Soviet-built P-4 torpedo boats, low to the water and closing fast, their wakes foaming white behind them. The Maddox raised the alarm. Over the crackle of radio static, messages were dispatched to nearby American air support. Pilots were scrambled from carriers farther out at sea. But on board the destroyer, the confrontation was already beginning. The torpedo boats opened fire first. The rounds were small caliber, meant more to harass than to destroy, but they were real and they were lethal. They sprayed across the water, slapping against the hull of the Maddox, one shot puncturing the superstructure but causing no major damage. Still, the tension shifted instantly, from anticipation to action. The Maddox responded with her own guns, unleashing a torrent of shells toward the sleek silhouettes on the horizon. The boom of the 5-inch cannons echoed across the Gulf, shockwaves rippling across the grey surface. The crew worked in coordinated bursts, moving between reloads and relays, tracking the darting boats as best they could. It didn't last long. Within minutes, the torpedo boats veered off, disappearing into the haze they had emerged from. One was damaged, trailing smoke as it limped away. The Maddox, unscathed but shaken, resumed its patrol. No American lives had been lost, not that day. The after-action reports were swift and emphatic. The Maddox had been attacked in international waters, unprovoked, while on routine patrol. Washington responded with outrage, firm, resolved. President Lyndon B. Johnson, still navigating the early months of his administration after Kennedy's assassination, was briefed immediately. It was an act of aggression, a challenge to American authority and presence in Southeast Asia. The Cold War prism distorted everything. This wasn't merely a naval skirmish, it was a possible domino tipping. But the Gulf of Tonkin had not yet finished with the Maddocks. 2 days later, on the night of August 4th, the destroyer returned to the region, this time accompanied by the USS Turner Joy, another destroyer sent to reinforce the patrols. The atmosphere on board both ships was taut. The earlier encounter had put nerves on edge, and rumours had begun to swirl about further action from the North Vietnamese. The sky had changed too. That night, storm clouds moved in from the west, blanketing the stars, smothering the horizon in blackness. The wind picked up and rain lashed across the decks. Visibility dropped to near zero. It was a night born for ghosts. Just before 9 p.m, the reports began again. Radar blips, fast-moving, multiple contacts. The sonar pinged in bursts, tracing shapes that came and went, flickering into existence and vanishing just as quickly. On the bridge, eyes scanned radar screens, searching for patterns. Was it enemy craft? Was it weather interference? The lines were blurring, literally and figuratively. Possible torpedoes in the water. Evasive maneuvers initiated. It was chaos, but contained professional chaos. These were trained men. They followed procedure. Both ships veered and twisted through the black waters, launching depth charges, firing blindly into the night toward targets they couldn't see. For nearly 4 hours, the battle played out in shadow. Gun crews fired at nothing. Sonar techs called out bearings that flickered out before anyone could verify. Rain sheeted over the ship's decks, shrouding everything in noise and confusion. At one point, the Maddocks reported dodging an incoming torpedo. The Turner Joy claimed to have sunk an enemy boat. But there were no visuals, no flotsam, no damage, just blips and static and rain. Eventually silence returned. By 1 a.m. the skies had begun to clear, and with them, so too did some of the uncertainty. A handful of officers began to question whether there had been an attack at all. The radar might have picked up weather anomalies. The sonar could have pinged off drifting debris or even their own wakes. The sea is a deceiver, especially at night. But the reports had already gone out. In Washington, the narrative was moving faster than the facts. By the early hours of August the 5th, President Johnson was already meeting with his advisors, shaping a response. The official line, America had been attacked again. There was no time for doubt, no space for ambiguity. The machinery of state was in motion. That same day, Johnson appeared before the nation, calm and composed. He addressed the people with steady eyes and a firm voice, describing the events in the Gulf as deliberate, hostile acts. He vowed retaliation, he vowed strength. Jets screamed off the decks of US carriers that afternoon, bombing North Vietnamese installations along the coast. Congress rallied behind the president, and within days the Gulf of Tonkin resolution passed almost unanimously, giving Johnson broad authority to escalate US involvement in Vietnam. And as the war drums pounded louder, the Maddocks and Turner Joy sailed quietly on. Their crews, still uncertain of what they had experienced, returned to their routines, their questions buried beneath a tide of patriotism and power. The night of August 4th disappeared into legend, shrouded in storm, silence and static. But the ripple it created would become a tidal wave. And long after the guns had fired and the bombs had dropped, one question would remain, echoing through the years, whispered in the corners of dark rooms and crowded hearings. Did it really happen? Or had America gone to war, chasing ghosts? As the sun rose over the restless waters of the South China Sea on August the 5th, 1964, the grey hulls of the USS Maddocks and USS Turner Joy shimmered with salt and silence. The crews, still gripping the residue of the previous night's confusion, went about their duties beneath a gathering sense of finality. Something irreversible had shifted in the air. Though few could articulate it, and fewer still understood the full weight of what had transpired, the mood on board was no longer one of watchful tension. It was the numb aftermath of action, of decisions already in motion. Back in Washington, the machinery of government had shifted into overdrive. Within hours of the second reported attack, President Lyndon B. Johnson stood before the American public with a calm, resolute expression, the kind that belied the uncertainty behind the scenes. In his voice there was no hesitation, no mention of radar ghosts or storm-battered confusion. Instead, he spoke of aggression, of a pattern of hostility, of deliberate provocation by a communist enemy. He promised not war, but a response, measured, necessary, and firm. And with the words still echoing in living rooms across the country, US aircraft were already on their way to bomb targets along the North Vietnamese coast. It was swift. Too swift, some thought, as if the answer had already been waiting, like a loaded weapon behind a locked door. And then came the resolution. Only 2 days later, Congress passed what would become the legal cornerstone of American escalation in Vietnam, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. Drafted with vague language but sweeping authority, it granted the president the power to take all necessary measures to repel armed attacks and prevent further aggression. The vote was near unanimous, 416-0 in the House, 88-2 in the Senate. Dissenters were few and cautious, voices drowned in the roar of patriotic unity and Cold War fear. The resolution, passed in haste and under the heat of a presumed attack, would authorize what would eventually become one of the most devastating and divisive wars in American history. And so it began, not with a declaration, but with a resolution born of ambiguity. What had truly happened on the night of August 4th remained, even in those first days, a matter of quiet debate behind closed doors. But as thousands of American troops were deployed, as napalm scorched the jungles of Southeast Asia and body counts began to rise, those early doubts faded into the background noise of a widening conflict. Yet some questions do not die so easily. In the years that followed, as the war dragged on through jungle and rice paddy, through televised bloodshed and shattered trust, whispers began to stir. They came from within the ranks, naval officers, intelligence analysts, even members of Congress, each carrying fragments of unease, small cracks in the foundation of the official story. One of the earliest to voice concern was Captain John Herrick, commander of the destroyer task force that included the Maddox and Turner Joy. In the hours following the second alleged attack, Herrick began sending revised messages back to Washington. He admitted that sonar reports were uncertain, that torpedoes had never been visually confirmed, that what they had seen, or believed they had seen, might have been nothing at all. Radar echoes, freak weather patterns, churning waves reflecting signals. The night had been chaotic, perhaps too chaotic to call anything certain, but those doubts did not slow the momentum. By the time Herrick's clarifications reached decision-makers, the narrative had already been solidified. In the Oval Office, Johnson reportedly told aides that those dumb, stupid sailors were just shooting at flying fish, yet in public, he remained unwavering. Still, the doubts accumulated. In 1965, a young analyst named Daniel Ellsberg, working for the Department of Defense and later for the Rand Corporation, began to piece together a far more troubling version of events. Assigned to study the origins of the Vietnam War, Ellsberg was granted access to classified material that painted a very different picture, not only of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, but of the broader narrative that had justified America's deepening involvement. And then, in 1971, Ellsberg would leak what became known as the Pentagon Papers, a trove of top-secret documents revealing years of government deception, strategic missteps, and intentional misrepresentations regarding the Vietnam War. Among them was damning evidence that the second Gulf of Tonkin attack had almost certainly never occurred, and that officials at the highest levels had known this, or at the very least strongly suspected it, even as they used it as a pretext for war. By then, the war had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of American soldiers and countless more Vietnamese civilians. The protests had grown, cities rocked with dissent, trust in government had begun to fracture under the weight of broken promises and body bags. The Gulf of Tonkin, once a name known only to sailors and cartographers, had become shorthand for betrayal, a symbol of how easily truth could drown in the tide of politics and power. Further confirmation came in 2005 when the National Security Agency, the same agency that had once monitored the Maddox's electronic surveillance, declassified hundreds of documents relating to the incident. In a comprehensive analysis released that year, historians within the NSA concluded that the August 4th attack had not occurred. The report, dry in tone but explosive in implication, stated plainly, "It is not simply that there is a different story as to what happened, it is that no attack happened that night." They went further. The original reports of enemy vessels and torpedoes had been based on misinterpreted radar and sonar readings, compounded by confusion, fear, and a lack of visual confirmation. The Maddox and Turner Joy had fired into the night at waves and shadows chasing phantoms, and though doubts had existed from the beginning, they had been selectively ignored or downplayed at the highest levels of government. In essence, a lie, or at best, a deeply flawed assumption presented as certainty, had served as the fuse to a war that would consume an entire generation. Even Robert McNamara, Secretary of Defense during the Johnson administration, later admitted to having serious reservations. In his memoirs and public statements, he acknowledged the ambiguity surrounding the incident and expressed regret for his role in the war's escalation. It was a rare moment of contrition in a saga often marked by denial and defensiveness. But the damage had already been done. The Gulf of Tonkin incident and the resolution it spawned did more than launch a war. It reshaped the relationship between the American people and their government. It introduced a new cynicism, a sense that the truth was malleable, that reality could be edited to fit political ends. The Vietnam War would end in chaos and shame, not with a victory parade, but with helicopters lifting off from the roof of the US Embassy in Saigon as desperate allies clung to the landing skids. And somewhere, far across the ocean, the waters of the Gulf of Tonkin still rolled beneath grey skies, indifferent and vast. Today, historians look back on that moment with a mixture of awe and dread. Awe at how quickly a nation can move from confusion to war. Dread at how easily truth can be buried beneath the urgency of action. A phantom fleet, a flicker on a screen, a moment of panic in a storm. These were the instruments of a war that would stain a generation. And so, in the long shadow cast by that lie, we are left with the truth, fragile, belated, and still echoing, like sonar pings in the dark. There were no front-page headlines, no broadcast interruptions, no sirens, just the buzz of propellers slicing through thick, humid air. Planes, unmarked and untraceable, skimmed low across the canopy of the Nicaraguan jungle, their bellies heavy with crates, wooden boxes packed with rifles, grenade launchers, and ammunition. No flags marked the origin of these deliveries. No manifest declared their contents. But in the hands of the Nicaraguan Contras, the anti-communist rebel fighters determined to overthrow the Sandinista government, Those weapons spoke clearly. The Americans were here, not in uniform, not in force, but here nonetheless. It was the early 1980s, and a war most Americans never voted for was being fought in secret. Officially, the United States was bound by the Boland Amendment, legislation passed by Congress in 1982 that forbade direct military aid to the Contras. The law had teeth. It was meant to tie the hands of the White House, to rein in an administration many feared was plunging the nation into another Vietnam. But the jungle doesn't care for legality, and neither, it seemed, did a quiet network of operatives buried within the labyrinth of America's intelligence apparatus. In a small office within the old Executive Office building, just west of the White House, a Marine Lieutenant Colonel named Oliver North was sitting at his desk, black coffee cooling beside stacks of classified documents. On the walls hung photos of American soldiers. On the bookshelves, volumes of military history. But what truly consumed him was something far more current and far more dangerous. How to keep the Contras fighting. How to make sure the Sandinista regime fell, even if Congress had said no. He wasn't alone. This was Reagan's America, a place of cowboy diplomacy and black and white morality. The president himself had declared the Contras to be the moral equivalent of our founding fathers. In speeches, he spoke of the evil empire, the Soviet Union, spreading its influence through Latin America like a disease. Nicaragua was, in his mind, the latest domino. If it fell, what would come next? Honduras, El Salvador, Mexico. But Reagan's vision ran headfirst into the machinery of democracy. Congress was wary, public opinion was shifting, the scars of Vietnam were still visible. The Boland Amendment had been their answer, a line in the sand. But not everyone in Washington cared for lines, so they found ways around them. It began with quiet fundraising. Wealthy private donors sympathetic to the anti-communist cause, businessmen, foreign governments, anonymous benefactors, were tapped to keep the Contras armed and fed. But the donations weren't enough. The rebels needed more, better training, heavier weapons, steady supply lines, and that required something more creative, something darker. Somewhere in the bowels of the CIA, someone proposed a deal, not directly, of course. Nothing was ever written down. But the logic was simple. America had enemies with money. Iran, isolated and desperate for arms during its long, brutal war with Iraq, was willing to pay top dollar for American weapons. Iran, whose regime had stormed the US embassy just a few years earlier. Iran, whose leadership was still chanting, "Death to America." It didn't matter. In exchange for those weapons, Iran would also promise to help secure the release of American hostages held by Hezbollah in Lebanon. It was a complex, cynical arrangement, one the Reagan administration would later deny had anything to do with hostages. But the truth was murkier, always murkier. And once the weapons were sold, the profits, millions of dollars, wouldn't go back to the US Treasury. They would be quietly funneled to the Contras, through Swiss bank accounts, through shell corporations, through a paper trail so deliberately convoluted that even seasoned auditors would have trouble untangling it. It was elegant in its audacity. Illegal arms sales, aiding enemy nations, circumventing congressional authority, laundering money to fund an outlawed proxy war, and all of it cloaked in layers of patriotism, plausible deniability, and national security buzzwords. In the jungles, the Contras didn't ask questions. The crates arrived, the guns worked, the fight continued. In Tehran, shipments arrived through shadowy intermediaries, old US anti-tank missiles, spare parts for fighter jets, The Iranian military knew what they were getting. So did the Iranian government. What they didn't know was how much deeper the Americans' desperation ran. The first trickles of money changed hands in 1985. Back in Washington, Oliver North worked long hours. By day, he briefed superiors. By night, he took calls from foreign contacts, scribbled notes in the margins of yellow legal pads, and ran his fingers over lists of numbers that didn't quite add up. Upstairs in the West Wing, Reagan remained largely removed from the mechanics. Whether he knew the full extent of the operation, whether he understood that weapons were being sold to a nation designated as a state sponsor of terrorism, is a question historians still debate. But North knew. So did National Security Advisor John Poindexter. So did CIA Director William Casey. And a growing handful of others, contract pilots, intelligence cutouts, mid-level bureaucrats who had signed non-disclosure agreements and been told that what they were doing was for the good of the country. The operation metastasized. Secret airstrips were constructed. False cargo manifests were filed. Fake invoices were generated. The National Security Council, which had no legal authority to conduct such operations, became the nerve center of an unsanctioned war. Oliver North, with his pressed uniform and steely gaze, began to resemble less a soldier and more a general in a private army. There were setbacks. In 1986, one of the cargo planes was shot down over Nicaragua. The pilot, Eugene Hazenfuss, survived. He was captured, and when he talked, the first cracks began to form. Suddenly, reporters were asking questions. Names leaked. The New York Times started circling. But the most devastating blow came not from an American newsroom, but from a small newspaper in Beirut, Ash-Shira. In November 1986, the Lebanese Weekly published a bombshell story. The United States had been secretly selling weapons to Iran. The cover was blown. Inside the Reagan administration, panic set in. Files were shredded. Memos were burned. North and his assistant Fawn Hall spent hours feeding documents into cross-cut machines. At night, lights burned in secure offices as nervous staffers tried to decide whether to tell the truth or to deny everything. But it was too late. Congress was awakening, journalists were closing in, and the American public, just now hearing words like Iran, hostages, and Contra in the same sentence, began to realize that something was terribly wrong. Reagan went on television looking tired. "We did not, repeat, did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages," he said, but the words didn't land. Behind the scenes, even Reagan loyalists were growing uneasy. The man who had built his presidency on moral clarity was now surrounded by smoke and mirrors, and as more documents surfaced, as more insiders were questioned, as Oliver North stood silent before his lawyers, the truth began to take shape. The weapons had gone to Iran, the money had gone to Nicaragua, and no one, not the president, not the military, not the Congress, had authorized it. And the reckoning was only beginning. The air in the hearing room was still, heavy with anticipation. Television cameras blinked like sentinels in the corners, their lenses trained on the mahogany witness table at the center of the long, fluorescent-lit chamber. Reporters huddled in the back, pens hovering. Onlookers craned their necks. It was the summer of 1987, months after the first whispers of scandal had spilled from a Lebanese newspaper and set Washington on fire. Now, finally, the public would hear the truth, or at least a version of it, from the men who had orchestrated a conspiracy that stretched from the jungles of Nicaragua to the back channels of Tehran to the inner sanctums of the White House. And seated at the center of that table, in full Marine dress uniform, sat Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. He looked calm. The cameras loved him. Square-jawed, neatly groomed, upright, he seemed pulled from the pages of a Cold War-era recruitment poster. and as he raised his right hand to swear the oath, millions of Americans tuned in to witness what would become one of the most dramatic and revealing political spectacles in modern US history. For hours, North testified. He spoke in clipped, precise sentences, offering both confession and defiance. He admitted to shredding documents, to lying to Congress, to orchestrating the clandestine funneling of funds from secret arms deals to the Contras in Nicaragua. He did not deny the scheme, he explained it, justified it, defended it. "I believed in my heart that what we were doing was right," he said, his voice steady. It was a staggering admission. A mid-level National Security Council staffer had helped run a covert foreign policy completely outside the bounds of law, funded by deals with America's enemies, and camouflaged from the American people. But to many watching at home, North was no villain. He was a patriot, a soldier following orders, a man who had taken initiative when politicians were too timid. That was the dilemma at the heart of the Iran-Contra affair. Because everything North described, everything his testimony confirmed, was by every measure illegal. Congress had explicitly forbidden aid to the Contras. Federal law barred arms sales to hostile nations like Iran. The National Security Council had no legal authority to conduct foreign operations. And yet, here was a Marine officer, plainly admitting to all of it, insisting he had done so not out of greed or malice, but loyalty. Behind the scenes, the rest of the Reagan administration scrambled to contain the damage. National Security Advisor John Poindexter resigned. So did Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger. CIA Director William Casey, a key architect of the operation, suffered a brain tumor and died before he could testify. Other officials, including National Security Council staff and Pentagon liaisons, were called before grand juries or hauled into closed-door interviews. The scandal was no longer theoretical. It had names, faces, a chain of command, and at the top of that chain stood Ronald Reagan. For a man who had built his presidency on trust, on strength, on clarity, on being the good guy, this was an existential crisis. Reagan's approval ratings plummeted. Journalists combed through every speech, every memo, every recorded phone call for signs of prior knowledge. Had the president approved the plan? Had he been briefed? Did he know weapons were going to Iran? That the money was being diverted? The answers were murky. Publicly, Reagan insisted he had not known the full extent of the operation. Privately, aides debated whether that was true. In the early days of the affair, Reagan denied the arms for hostages deal altogether. Then, as evidence mounted, he revised the story. Yes, there had been sales to Iran, but no, they weren't tied to the hostages. Then later still, he acknowledged that perhaps, in retrospect, the two had been connected after all. It was a slow-motion unraveling. Investigators from the Tower Commission, a special review board led by former Senator John Tower, concluded that the president had been poorly advised, that key decisions had been made without proper oversight, and that the entire affair reflected a breakdown in command and accountability. The final report was scathing, but stopped short of accusing Reagan of direct involvement. He had failed to control his own staff, they said. He had allowed ideological fervour to override the law. But the evidence did not vanish. Behind every misstatement, every redacted memo, every shredded document lay the core facts. The United States had sold weapons to Iran, over 2,000 anti-tank missiles, along with spare parts and guidance systems, despite an official arms embargo and long-standing policy against negotiating with terrorists. The proceeds from those sales, roughly $30 million, had been secretly diverted to fund the Contras in Nicaragua. directly violating the Boland Amendment and misleading Congress. Senior officials within the Reagan administration had knowingly participated in this conspiracy, using aliases, false documents, secret bank accounts, and private operatives to carry out and conceal the operation. When it all began to unravel, they destroyed evidence, lied under oath, and relied on a carefully crafted web of plausible deniability to shield the president and preserve the illusion of executive integrity. By the end of 1988, several key players had been indicted. Oliver North was convicted on multiple felony counts, including obstruction of justice and lying to Congress. John Poindexter was also convicted, but in a final twist that perfectly encapsulated the cynicism many Americans now felt, both men's convictions were later overturned on appeal, not because they were innocent, but because their immunity-protected testimony had tainted the prosecution's case. Others received pardons. In 1992, on the eve of leaving office, President George H.W. Bush, who had served as vice president under Reagan during the height of the affair, issued presidential pardons to 6 individuals involved in the scandal, including former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, whose trial was imminent. With a stroke of the pen, the final chapter was closed. No one would go to prison, no lasting reforms would take root, no laws would be passed to prevent such a conspiracy from happening again. What remained was a bitter aftertaste and a deepening public distrust in government. For many Americans, Iran-Contra was a wake-up call. It exposed the machinery of secrecy and arrogance that could operate even at the highest levels of American democracy. It revealed the ease with which laws could be ignored, truths manipulated, and accountability evaded, all in the name of ideology. And it confirmed something far more corrosive, that the ends, if deemed righteous enough, would always be used to justify the means. Iran-Contra was not a single scandal. It was a system of decisions, each one a little darker than the last. It was bureaucratic momentum pushing past the boundaries of law. It was national security weaponized as a shield against scrutiny. And in its wake, it left not only disillusionment, but a template. Future administrations from both parties would learn from it, learn how to skirt congressional authority, learn how to deploy covert operations under the guise of patriotism, learn how to frame illegal actions as necessary for the greater good. In this way, Iran-Contra never truly ended. It simply faded, absorbed into the fabric of American political life, whispered about in textbooks, invoked as a cautionary tale, but rarely confronted for what it truly was: a conspiracy, real and deliberate, at the highest levels of government. The conspiracy had not been invented by conspiracy theorists. It had been confirmed by courts, by commissions, by the perpetrators themselves. The planes in the jungle, the missiles to Iran, the shredded documents, the denials, the show trials, the pardons, it was all true, and yet the cost was never fully measured, not in dollars, not in lives, not in faith. For those watching in Nicaragua, it was a cruel irony. The rebels, funded by shadowy hands, had prolonged a war that cost tens of thousands of lives. Civilians, farmers, children. For those in Iran, the weapons sold in secret had been used in a brutal regional war. And for the hostages in Lebanon, freedom came with a price that no one had agreed to pay. In the end, Iran-Contra did not bring down a presidency. It did not collapse the government. But it did reveal something deeply unsettling, that even in the world's oldest democracy, power could be wielded in the dark, beyond the reach of law, by men who believed their cause too pure for accountability. And that revelation, quiet, chilling, undeniable, was the most dangerous part of all. The war that tore continents apart had settled into its 4th year, and though the world beyond still roared with cannon fire and the howl of bombers, there were rooms in America where silence ruled, rooms tucked beneath unmarked buildings, behind double-locked doors and layers of secrecy, so dense that even those who worked inside could not always speak of what they did to their own families. One such room sat deep beneath a nondescript Army Signals Intelligence facility in Arlington, Virginia, its fluorescent lights casting long shadows over chalk-dusted blackboards and metal filing cabinets, its air heavy with the strange mixture of stale coffee, cigarette smoke, and tension that always seemed to linger in places where truth was being extracted from noise. It was 1943, and though the Nazis remained the most visible enemy, there were whispers among America's intelligence circles, murmurs of something quieter, subtler, and perhaps even more dangerous unfolding behind the facade of wartime alliance. The Soviet Union, allied in blood but never in trust, had long kept its secrets guarded behind the walls of the Kremlin, and among those few entrusted with the murky art of code-breaking, there was a growing suspicion that beneath the public warmth between Roosevelt and Stalin, beneath the formal smiles and handshakes exchanged at Tehran and Casablanca, a darker game was being played. The messages began as nothing more than patterns, bursts of radio static, sequences of numbers intercepted from Soviet diplomatic cables and stored away on reels of magnetic tape and spools of teletype paper. No one knew quite what they were at first. They were simply archived, catalogued, and filed in metal drawers marked with codes that meant little to the uninitiated. But a handful of Army cryptanalysts working under the fledgling Signal Intelligence Service, the precursor to what would become the National Security Agency, saw in those numbers a potential doorway, a chance, however faint, to peer inside the fortress. The project began without a name, without ceremony, and without any guarantee of success. It was not born from an executive order or a presidential directive, but from a kind of quiet, methodical obsession. The man who led it was Genevieve Feinstein, a brilliant and reclusive mathematician known for her relentless logic and her talent for finding patterns where others saw only chaos. Her team worked for weeks, then months, transcribing the Soviet messages by hand, cross-referencing date stamps, identifying recurring numerical patterns, searching for anything that might give them an edge. And then, sometime in late 1943, someone noticed it. A repetition, a small inconsistency that should not have existed. For years, the Soviets had used one-time pads to encrypt their most sensitive messages, a system thought to be unbreakable, because when used correctly, it generated a cipher that could not be reverse-engineered. But someone, somewhere in Moscow's bureaucracy, had made a mistake. Pages from the same one-time pad had been reused. Perhaps it had been an accident, perhaps a shortage, perhaps simple human error under pressure. But for the Americans, it was a crack in the armor. From that crack, they began to dig. They gave the project a name, Venona. It was a code word chosen at random, stripped of meaning, but destined to become one of the most sensitive secrets of the Cold War. For years to come, Venona would remain hidden not just from the public, but from much of the US government itself. Only a handful of people knew what it was. Fewer still knew what it meant. The work was slow, agonizingly so. The messages they had intercepted stretched back to the late 1930s, sent from Soviet consulates in New York, Washington, San Francisco, and other cities, routed through Moscow center. Each cable contained thousands of characters, groups of 5 numbers, each representing a single encrypted letter or symbol. The decryptions required not only mathematical brilliance, but context, linguistic nuance, and a deep understanding of Soviet diplomatic style. But by 1944, the first partial decryptions began to yield strange and unsettling truths. One message, dated years earlier, referred obliquely to a source embedded in the US State Department, a source with access to confidential diplomatic cables and White House communications. Another described the progress of Soviet scientists working on atomic energy research that should not have been progressing so quickly unless, someone noted, they had inside information. And then came the code names, dozens of them, some recurring, others appearing only once. Names like liberal, crook, antenna, Serb, and cunt. Each name linked to a source, each source apparently real, embedded, trusted, and passing secrets to Moscow under the noses of American officials. It was as though a second world had been unearthed beneath the surface of the known one, a parallel network of loyalties, deceptions, and betrayals that crisscrossed the government, the military, and even the Manhattan Project itself. One cable, decrypted in fragments over years, referred to a source codenamed REST. The message suggested that REST had access to high-level scientific information about a device being developed in the deserts of New Mexico. Another referred to Caliber, apparently stationed in Washington, D.C., with access to legislative drafts and political strategy documents. None of the messages contained real names. The Soviets were careful, but the information being passed was authentic, too specific, too technical, too timely to be anything but the product of high-level penetration. And as the decryptions continued into the final years of the war, a chilling realization began to take hold. The Soviet Union, America's nominal ally in the fight against Hitler, had been actively and successfully infiltrating the US government, its scientific institutions, and its military for over a decade. And no one had noticed. The knowledge hung over the Venona team like a shadow. They were not spies themselves. They were mathematicians, linguists, and code breakers, people trained to solve puzzles, not to grapple with the geopolitical consequences of their findings. And yet, they understood. Even as they transcribed the cables by hand, even as they decoded messages one line at a time, they knew that what they were reading was no mere historical curiosity. It was evidence, proof of a campaign of espionage on a scale the United States had never imagined. The cables continued to spill secrets, slowly, painstakingly, each new breakthrough requiring months, sometimes years of work. In 1945, a message referencing a source codenamed Klebanov was partially decrypted. The cable noted that this individual had provided Moscow with technical specifications related to radar systems used in the Pacific Theater. Another cable hinted at contact with someone embedded in the Treasury Department. Still another mentioned meetings between Soviet handlers and their assets in Washington hotels, names of which had to be inferred from context alone. And always the code names. Frustrating, impenetrable, and yet undeniably real. In time, the FBI was brought into the loop, quietly, cautiously. The Bureau had its own network of investigations, its own suspicions about communist activity within the United States, but nothing that matched the specificity and scope of what Venona had uncovered. And yet, even as the FBI began to piece together the human side of the mystery, matching habits, schedules, and known associations to the anonymized Soviet assets, Venona remained under lock and key. The names could not yet be confirmed. The cables, while damning, were incomplete. For every codename identified, 5 more remained obscure, and so the silence continued, even as the war ended, even as Roosevelt died, even as the atom bomb dropped and the Cold War began to rise like a thunderhead over the horizon. By 1946, the Venona team had decrypted over 200 cables, most partially, a few in full, and what they had revealed was staggering. At least 3 sources embedded in the Manhattan Project, multiple assets in the State Department, contacts within the War Department, the Treasury, and even the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA. But no one could speak of it, not to Congress, not to the public, not even to the individuals being investigated. And so, throughout the late 1940s, the United States government watched silently as the ghostly architecture of Soviet espionage continued to emerge cable by cable, an invisible spider's web strung across the halls of American power, each thread connected to a name no one yet dared to utter aloud. The betrayal, when finally named, would not be a single moment of revelation, but a long, painful unfolding, one that would echo for generations. The air in 1960s America crackled with a kind of electricity, equal parts hope and fury. Cities were alive with motion. Picket lines curled around government buildings. College campuses erupted with voices, fists raised, chants echoing across lawns and lecture halls. From Montgomery to Oakland, Washington, D.C. to Chicago, the country was in the midst of a profound awakening, and in the thick of it all, a strange war was being waged, not out in the open, but in whispered phone calls, midnight break-ins, anonymous letters, and sealed envelopes never meant to see the light of day. The country, at least on paper, was a democracy, but there were other hands on the levers, quiet hands, and no hand was more forceful, more unrelenting than that of J. Edgar Hoover. He had been the director of the FBI for longer than most Americans had been alive. A small man in stature but titanic in authority, Hoover ruled the Bureau with an iron grip. He had survived presidencies, outlived administrations, and built a surveillance empire that operated with near absolute autonomy. Inside the walls of the FBI headquarters in Washington, Hoover was more than a director. He was a king, and his kingdom ran on secrets. To Hoover, the shifting tides of the 1960s weren't movements for justice. They were threats. Threats to law and order, threats to stability, threats to the image of America he had sworn to protect since the days of bootleggers and bank robbers. And so, in the summer of 1956, before the decade's turmoil had even fully arrived, he launched what would become one of the darkest programs in American history. Its name was short, clinical, and easy to overlook. COINTEL-RPO, short for Counterintelligence Program, and for our purposes referred to as CPRO for the remainder of the story. Its true name was something else entirely: domestic warfare. The initial target was the Communist Party USA. The Cold War was in full swing, and Hoover, ever the anti-communist crusader, had long fixated on rooting out suspected subversives. But as the 1960s unfolded, and as new voices rose to challenge racism, inequality, and war, the list of enemies expanded dramatically. Civil rights groups, black nationalist organizations, Puerto Rican independence activists, anti-war protesters, feminist collectives, socialist student groups, the New Left. If your message challenged the government or the FBI's image of what America should be, you became a target, and you were rarely told. CPRO did not operate with transparency. It did not file charges or open court cases. It operated in the shadows. Its tactics were varied, insidious, and carefully designed to destabilize from within. Surveillance, infiltration, psychological warfare, disinformation, character assassination. The FBI agents who carried out CPRO weren't just watching, they were actively shaping the narrative. They wrote fake letters designed to pit activists against each other. They spread false rumors to destroy marriages, friendships, and organizations. They used informants, often coerced or paid, to sow distrust, sabotage meetings, and provoke infighting. They called employers and landlords to get people fired or evicted, and they did it all under the banner of national security. At the center of their sight stood a man whose voice had become synonymous with the movement for black liberation, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. To much of the world, King was a man of peace, a preacher of nonviolence, a philosopher of justice. But to Hoover, he was a dangerous radical. The FBI had begun wiretapping King in 1963 under the pretense of monitoring alleged communist influence. What they found instead was a man grappling with profound responsibility, a crumbling marriage, and the weight of a nation's expectations. The Bureau exploited all of it. Agents recorded intimate conversations, they gathered transcripts, took photographs, monitored hotel visits. And in 1964, they sent King a letter, anonymous but unmistakably from the FBI. The letter urged him to take his own life. It threatened to expose personal details unless he stepped down from public life. The final line, haunting in its calculation, suggested that there is only one way out. King was shaken, but not silenced. He showed the letter to trusted colleagues. He continued marching, continued speaking. But the surveillance never stopped. It followed him to Selma, to Chicago, to Memphis. Even after his assassination in 1968, the Bureau monitored his associates, fearing the rise of a black messiah who might take his place. That phrase, Black Messiah, was not a metaphor. It was written in CPRO memos again and again. The FBI feared the rise of any charismatic black leader capable of unifying the movement. And so they moved to prevent it. Not with bullets, at least not directly, but with something more enduring. The destruction of reputation, trust, and community. If King was their public target, the Black Panther Party became their obsession. Founded in Oakland in 1966 by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, the Panthers were young, militant, and unapologetically revolutionary. They carried law books in one hand and rifles in the other. They monitored police activity in black neighborhoods, insisting that citizens had a right to protect themselves from state violence. But they also ran free breakfast programs for children, community health clinics, and political education classes. To the FBI, none of that mattered. Hoover declared the Panthers the greatest threat to the internal security of the United States. CPRO launched an all-out campaign against them. Agents infiltrated chapters, spread disinformation, and stoked rivalry between leaders. In one instance, they forged letters to create a feud between Panther leaders Huey Newton and Eldridge Cleaver, an effort that nearly tore the organization in two. In another, they spread rumors that prominent Panther Fred Hampton was secretly working with the police, hoping to isolate him within the ranks. But even these psychological tactics weren't the full extent of the program. On December the 4th, 1969, just before dawn, Chicago police raided an apartment on the city's west side. Inside were Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, both Panther leaders. Hampton was shot in his bed, still half asleep. Clark was killed instantly. Police claim they were fired upon first. But later, investigations revealed that the officers had fired nearly 100 rounds, while the Panthers had fired only one. The raid was orchestrated with the help of an FBI informant named William O'Neill, someone who had provided floor plans of the apartment and detailed information about security. O'Neill had been recruited by the Bureau in exchange for dropping felony charges. He would later admit that he had been the one to drug Hampton the night before the raid. Fred Hampton was 21 years old. His death sent shockwaves through the movement. The Panthers mourned, communities raged, the FBI stayed silent. But the writing was on the wall. The program had escalated from surveillance and sabotage to something far more sinister. Still, the Bureau was careful, meticulous in covering its tracks. C-Pro files were kept confidential, locked behind layers of classification. Only a handful of officials knew the full scope. Agents were instructed to avoid written records when possible. Most Americans had no idea the program even existed. But paranoia was growing. Activists began to suspect they were being watched. Phone calls clicked and echoed. Mail arrived opened. Meetings were infiltrated. Trust frayed. Friends turned on friends. Entire organizations crumbled under the weight of suspicion, much of it deliberately engineered by the state. And still, no one could prove it. Not yet. But something was coming. Something that would change everything. And when it arrived, it wouldn't come from the halls of power or the podiums of protest. It would come from a small group of ordinary citizens. It began, as revolutions often do, in silence, not with speeches or marches or headlines, but with quiet meetings in basements, with maps and schedules and the steady tick of a second hand. In the small Pennsylvania town of Media, nestled just west of Philadelphia, a group of 8 ordinary citizens gathered in secret during the winter of 1971. They were teachers, students, factory workers, and mothers, none with a background in espionage. What united them wasn't ideology or identity, it was suspicion. They called themselves the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI. For months they'd watched the news roll out story after story of arrests, surveillance, and government crackdowns on activists. But behind the press releases and official statements, they sensed a pattern, something darker than mere law enforcement, something calculated, coordinated, hidden. And so, on the night of March 8, 1971, while the world was distracted by the Ali Frazier fight, the fight of the century, they broke into a small FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania. Their tools were basic: crowbars, screwdrivers, a few suitcases to carry what they hoped would be paper evidence. Their nerves were frayed. Every shadow felt like a trap. But inside, the office was mostly unguarded. One lock picked, one drawer opened, and suddenly, they were staring at stacks of unclassified, unprotected FBI documents. It wasn't what they expected. It was worse. What they found were memos and reports that confirmed their darkest suspicions, that the FBI was actively spying on civil rights groups, student organizations, anti-war activists, and even clergy. That it was planting informants, monitoring protests, tracking correspondence, and most chillingly, that it was doing so without oversight. But one document stood out, a single, innocuous-looking memo bearing an unfamiliar acronym, C-Pro. It didn't explain much, just hinted, just enough to send a chill through the room. The group fled the office before sunrise with over 1,000 classified files. For days they hid them, unsure what to do next. Turning them over to the authorities was out of the question. The press, they decided, was the only answer. They sent copies to a handful of major newspapers, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, but the response was tepid. Editors were cautious. The documents were stolen property. Printing them could mean jail time. The Nixon administration had grown increasingly hostile toward the press, and few were eager to provoke it. Only one paper took the risk. On March 24, 1971, the Washington Post ran the story. A bombshell headline across its front page: "Stolen documents describe FBI surveillance of activists." The public reaction was immediate and seismic. Suddenly, conspiracy theories became documented truth. The federal government, through its most powerful law enforcement agency, had been secretly spying on its own citizens, not just criminals or foreign agents, but teachers, ministers, students, and civil rights leaders. The fallout was swift. Congressional hearings were called. Lawmakers who had once treated the FBI as sacrosanct began demanding answers. Reporters flooded the streets chasing leads. And then, in 1975, a formal investigation was launched under a name that would come to symbolize the first true reckoning with the American security state: the Church Committee. Chaired by Idaho Senator Frank Church, the committee's mandate was simple on paper: investigate abuses by the FBI, CIA, NSA, and IRS. But the reality was unprecedented. For the first time, the curtain was pulled back on the secret machinery of American surveillance, and behind that curtain was CPRO. The scale of the program stunned even the investigators. Between 1956 and 1971, the FBI had opened more than 2,000 CPRO operations. Some were short-lived, others lasted for years. All were designed not to gather intelligence, but to disrupt, to neutralize. Hoover's own memos spelled it out: expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities of black nationalist hate-type organizations and groupings, their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters. The targets weren't just radicals, they were teachers, students, artists, pastors, veterans. Entire organizations were infiltrated, broken apart, and in some cases, utterly destroyed. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the National Lawyers Guild, the Black Panther Party, the American Indian Movement, the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Vietnam Veterans Against the War. No one was off limits, but perhaps the most damning revelations were the tactics. Forged letters. The FBI created fake correspondence between activists, pretending to be one leader accusing another of betrayal or theft. These letters shattered friendships, collapsed coalitions, and ignited internal feuds. Anonymous threats. Activists received calls at night. Their spouses got letters suggesting infidelity. Employers were told their employees were communists. Landlords were warned about harboring subversives. Sabotage of personal lives. Marriages were targeted. Careers were destroyed. Mental health was weaponized. The FBI targeted people not to arrest them, but to ruin them. One of the most chilling examples came from the FBI's campaign against Martin Luther King Jr. By now, the letter urging King to commit suicide had been made public, but the Church Committee revealed it was just the tip of the iceberg. The FBI had wiretapped King's hotel rooms for years, recording his private conversations. It had sent those tapes to journalists, church leaders, and even his wife, Coretta Scott King. All of it was part of an explicit campaign to drive him out of public life. But it didn't stop with King. Malcolm X was targeted. So was Muhammad Ali. So were lesser-known figures whose lives never returned to normal after the FBI set its sights on them. Some activists, faced with constant harassment and isolation, suffered breakdowns. Others went into hiding. A few took their own lives. In one tragic case, Jean Seberg, a white actress and supporter of the Black Panther Party, was falsely accused by the FBI of being pregnant with a Black Panther's child. the Bureau planted the story in gossip columns. Seberg, pregnant at the time, suffered a miscarriage shortly after the story broke. She never recovered from the trauma. In 1979, she was found dead in Paris, her body decomposing in the back seat of a car. A bottle of barbiturates lay beside her. She was 40, and always the Bureau denied responsibility. CPRO's exposure shook the foundations of American civil society. What had been whispered about for years, what many had dismissed as paranoia, was now undeniable fact. The state had not merely surveilled its critics, it had waged a psychological war against them. The Church Committee's findings were damning. Their final report, released in 1976, warned, "The United States intelligence agencies have undermined the constitutional rights of citizens. Intelligence activity has threatened the very system of government it was intended to protect." But even then, few were held accountable. Hoover had died in 1972, just months after the initial revelations. Many of his deputies retired or were reassigned. The Bureau expressed regret, but offered no formal apology. The reforms that followed were sweeping but fragile. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, was passed in 1978, establishing special courts to approve domestic surveillance. The Department of Justice created guidelines to limit FBI operations. Oversight committees were established, but trust, real trust, was harder to restore. In communities of colour, in activist circles, in homes where photos of King or Malcolm still hung on the walls, CPRO became a ghost, a reminder, a warning. The message was clear: speak out, and the state may come for you. In the decades that followed, new documents emerged: declassified memos, personal accounts, court records. Each added another layer to the story. The tactics were more widespread than anyone had imagined. The list of targets longer, the consequences more devastating. In 1980, journalist Jim Vander Wall published new evidence that the FBI had not just monitored, but actively provoked violence between groups. In one case, the Bureau encouraged a deadly feud between the Black Panthers and the US organization in Los Angeles, a rivalry that left multiple activists dead. In 1990, files confirmed that the Bureau had disrupted Native American rights organizations for decades, most notably during the siege at Wounded Knee in 1973, when hundreds of American Indian Movement activists occupied the town in protest of US government abuses. The FBI's infiltration led to arrests, injuries, and years of court battles. In 2006, the FBI quietly released more CPRO documents under the Freedom of Information Act. They revealed that surveillance continued after the program's official termination in 1971, just under different names. And in 2019, a new wave of scrutiny emerged when reports showed that the FBI's modern counter-terrorism units had created a designation called Black Identity Extremist. The term bore eerie echoes of CPRO's language, prompting civil rights advocates to warn that the playbook had never truly been retired, just updated. Today, the legacy of CPRO looms large. For some, it is history, a cautionary tale of unchecked power and the fragility of democratic rights. For others, it is present tense, a lens through which to view modern surveillance, protest policing, and the quiet mechanisms of control. The year was 1962, but the shadows of war stretched far longer than any calendar could contain. Though the guns had fallen silent 17 years earlier on the blood-soaked beaches of Normandy and the scorched ruins of Nagasaki, and though the American economy had surged forward on a tide of post-war prosperity, a different kind of war, one without front lines, uniforms, or surrender, had long since taken root in the minds of the men charged with defending the free world. This was the Cold War, a war of ideologies, of whispers, of backroom meetings and classified briefings, and it was a war fought not on distant battlefields, but within maps and margins, strategies and suspicions, blueprints and fears. It was a war of perception, and the stakes were nothing less than global dominance. It was in this atmosphere of permanent siege, of existential dread cloaked in bureaucracy, that a group of the nation's most powerful military minds gathered behind the closed doors of the Pentagon. The room itself was unremarkable, sterile, dimly lit, humming faintly with the low static of phone lines and fluorescent lights, but what was discussed there would be anything but. Around the table sat the most senior generals in the United States Armed Forces, men whose medals clinked when they leaned forward, whose faces were carved with the kind of stony resolve that only decades of command could bestow. These were the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they had not come together to discuss training schedules or procurement budgets. They had come to plot war, not a traditional war, not a defensive war, but a war that would require a lie so vast, so calculating, so morally inverted that even those in the room hesitated, if only for a moment, before speaking it aloud. Cuba, 90 miles south of Florida, had become a splinter in the American eye. Since Fidel Castro had overthrown the US-backed Batista regime in 1959 and aligned himself with the Soviet Union, the island had transformed from a tropical playground for American tourists into a potential launch pad for Soviet nuclear missiles. The failed invasion at the Bay of Pigs the year prior had only deepened the wound, humiliating the CIA, embarrassing President John F. Kennedy, and emboldening Castro. For the Pentagon, this was intolerable. A communist regime just off the coast, armed by Moscow, broadcasting revolutionary rhetoric to Latin America. It was more than an ideological affront. It was a strategic catastrophe waiting to happen. And so, inside that secure chamber deep within the Pentagon's five-sided maze, a plan began to take shape. It was not a plan to respond to an attack, it was a plan to provoke one, or more precisely, to simulate one. To stage atrocities so convincingly, so tragically that the American people, and indeed the world, would have no choice but to support an invasion of Cuba. It was an audacious scheme, built on a foundation of manufactured death and patriotic theatre. The document that emerged from that meeting, formally titled Justification for US Military Intervention in Cuba, would come to be known by a code name as sterile as it was sinister: Operation Northwoods. Typed in the cool mechanical strokes of a government secretary's typewriter, its pages outlined a chilling vision, a campaign of terror, deception, and sacrifice, all conducted in secret, all orchestrated by the highest military authorities in the nation. The proposals within Northwoods were presented with the clinical detachment of war planners used to dealing in hypotheticals, but between the lines, the weight of what they were suggesting pressed down like a storm. There were no raised voices in that room, no pounding of fists or dramatic declarations, just calm men with ribbons on their chests, discussing how best to kill Americans and blame someone else. The suggestions came in bullet points. That made them easier to digest. One option: stage a mock attack on Guantanamo Bay, the American naval base in Cuba, blow up ammunition stores, sabotage aircraft, set fires, blame it all on Castro's forces, fabricate radio transmissions to make it appear coordinated, produce phony funerals for fictitious victims, rally the public around their flag. Another: hijack civilian aircraft, or rather, create the illusion of such hijackings. Take a standard commercial plane, modify it, load it with passengers posing as students on vacation, then switch the plane mid-air with a drone painted identically. The drone would be flown by remote control over Cuba, transmitting a distress call that it was under attack, then detonate it. The debris would fall from the sky like confetti of grief, and the narrative would be ready before the wreckage hit the ground. Cuba had shot down an innocent plane full of American youth. Retaliation would be not only justified, it would be demanded. There were other suggestions. Simulate the sinking of a boat carrying Cuban refugees en route to Florida, stage an attack on a US military ship near Havana, and broadcast fake casualty reports. Even orchestrate acts of violence in American cities, setting off bombs, planting evidence, arresting operatives who would later be revealed to be patsies. Each event would be timed for maximum psychological impact, and each would carry the same message. Cuba had gone too far. There was no moral ambiguity in the proposals, no hand-wringing about the ethics of staging false flag operations, no discussion of the psychological toll on the American people or the consequences of unleashing war based on fiction. The logic was simple. The end, regime change in Cuba, justified the means. At the heart of the proposal was General Lyman Lemnitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A veteran of World War II and a hardened Cold Warrior, Lemnitzer had risen through the ranks by mastering the dual arts of diplomacy and decisiveness. He believed, as many in the room did, that conventional methods had failed, that the Soviet threat was escalating, and that bold action was needed. Lemnitzer signed off on Northwoods and sent it up the chain. The next step was simple in structure, though monumental in implication. The proposal was presented to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, a man known for his cold intellect and technocratic command of numbers and strategy. From there, it would land on the desk of President John F. Kennedy, the young, charismatic leader still stinging from the Bay of Pigs and wary of another entanglement in Cuba. But before it reached the Oval Office, before it could be reviewed in full, Northwoods began to stall. There were quiet concerns, whispers in hallways. McNamara, though a master of cold logic himself, recognized the powder keg embedded in the plan's DNA. He may not have flinched at the spreadsheets of war, but even he saw that faking attacks on Americans crossed a line that would be impossible to uncross. And Kennedy, for all his hawkishness on some matters, had already made clear that he distrusted his generals, particularly those who seemed too eager to send young men to die under manufactured pretenses. Still, at that point, Operation Northwoods had not been rejected, it had not been denounced or disavowed. It remained alive in the bureaucratic bloodstream, circulating quietly through the upper echelons of the national security apparatus. It was simply shelved, delayed, set aside for later consideration. But in those rooms, no one believed it was dead, and outside those rooms, no one knew it existed. At the time, the American public remained blissfully unaware of the plan's existence. The public knew only what the government allowed them to see: official statements, news briefings, and patriotic rhetoric carefully designed to stoke support for hardline policies against Cuba. The American people were told they faced an enemy 90 miles off the coast, armed by the Soviets and prepared to strike. They were not told that their own generals had proposed staging acts of terror in their own cities to justify a retaliatory invasion. And so the country carried on. Flags flew. Newspapers warned of the Red Menace, and in the Pentagon, a manila folder labelled Northwoods sat quietly in a locked cabinet, waiting for its moment, or for oblivion. History, however, had other plans. In the months that followed, the geopolitical landscape would lurch toward the brink of annihilation. The Cuban Missile Crisis, an event that would come within a breath of nuclear war, unfolded in October of 1962, just months after Northwoods had been proposed. In the shadow of that standoff, the madness of Northwoods seemed not far-fetched but disturbingly close to the kind of brinksmanship that might have triggered catastrophe. And in the wake of that crisis, Kennedy began to shift. He grew more distrustful of the military-industrial complex, more cautious about the advice of his generals, and more determined to avoid the temptations of escalation. His rejection of Northwoods would come quietly, without press releases or televised addresses, but it would signal something larger, an understanding that the machinery of war, once set in motion, does not care who it crushes. But in 1962, before the missiles, before the refusals, before the archives were unsealed, there was only the plan. A few pages of neatly typed proposals stamped and filed, calling for death masquerading as justice. It would take more than 3 decades before those pages were seen by the public. And when they were, the illusion of moral certainty in America's Cold War strategy would fracture forever. For decades, the proposal that had once circulated quietly among the Pentagon's most powerful remained buried beneath the weight of government silence. Operation Northwoods, like so many of the Cold War's more fevered inventions, faded into the deep recesses of classified archives, unseen, unspoken, and, for most, unimagined. In the American public consciousness, the notion that such a plan might have existed at all, that the United States government, at the highest levels of military command, had seriously considered staging violent attacks against its own citizens as a pretext for war, would have seemed not merely implausible, but deranged. The stuff of pulp thrillers, or the more paranoid corners of conspiracy talk radio. Yet the plan had existed down to the smallest details. It had been written, approved, submitted. It had been read and reviewed. And then, like a whisper too dangerous to repeat, it had been filed away, concealed under layers of official secrecy, its dangers neutralized not by rebuttal but by obscurity. It might have stayed there forever, were it not for a growing movement in the 1990s, a movement driven not by paranoia but by persistence. In the wake of the Cold War's end and the collapse of the Soviet Union, a strange thing happened in Washington. As the ideological fog of the 20th century began to clear, a new generation of researchers, journalists, and lawmakers began pressing for transparency. With the mortal threat of nuclear war diminished, and with the American government increasingly eager to appear open in the glow of its unchallenged global dominance, the pressure to declassify long-held secrets began to build. One of the most powerful catalysts in this movement came not from geopolitics, but from a single brutal moment in American history: the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. The murder of JFK on November 22, 1963, in broad daylight, with television cameras rolling and crowds gathered, had created not only a wound in the national psyche, but a fracture in the public's trust. In the decades that followed, that fracture deepened, splintering into a vast and sometimes chaotic array of theories, suspicions, and counter-narratives. The Warren Commission's official story that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone satisfied almost no one. And as more evidence trickled out, as key documents remained sealed year after year, the thirst for answers only grew. By the early 1990s, fueled in part by Oliver Stone's provocative film JFK and the public uproar it sparked, Congress responded with a landmark piece of legislation, the President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Collection Act of 1992. It mandated the release of all government documents related to the assassination, unless their disclosure posed a demonstrable threat to national security. It also created an independent board, the Assassination Records Review Board, ARRB, empowered to review and release long classified material from across the federal government. And that, indirectly but decisively, is how Operation Northwoods re-entered history. In 1997, 35 years after it was drafted, the ARRB released a cache of documents from the Kennedy administration. Tucked within them was a memo prepared by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, dated March 13, 1962, titled Justification for U.S. Military Intervention in Cuba. The memo was startling in its clarity. It contained, in stark language, a series of proposed actions to be carried out under false pretenses, each designed to create the appearance of Cuban aggression. Among the suggestions were attacks on US military installations, the faking of a commercial airline disaster, and the orchestration of violent incidents on American soil. The memo concluded with a chilling confidence that these acts, if carried out convincingly, would generate sufficient public and international outrage to justify military intervention in Cuba. There was no ambiguity, no subtlety, no plausible deniability. The revelation landed like a thunderclap across the community of historians, journalists, and citizens who had spent years probing the darker corners of Cold War policy. For those who had long suspected that the US government had, at times, contemplated or even engaged in deception to justify foreign interventions, Northwoods provided undeniable proof. Not rumour, not theory, proof, typed, signed, and submitted by the Joint Chiefs themselves. President Kennedy, as the declassified documents made clear, had rejected the proposal. There had been no public confrontation, no televised denunciation. But Kennedy had dismissed the idea quietly, perhaps even instinctively, and within months he had removed General Lyman Lemnitzer from his position as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, reassigning him to NATO. The reassignment was explained as routine, but in the context of Northwoods, it took on a different hue, a quiet but unmistakable rebuke. The rejection of Northwoods by Kennedy marked a rare moment in Cold War policymaking when the brakes were applied, when the machinery of deception was stopped just short of activation. But the implications of the plan's existence rippled far beyond the 1960s. In the years following the release of the Northwoods documents, a new wave of skepticism began to take root in the public imagination. If the military had seriously proposed such a plan and had done so without public knowledge, without oversight, without accountability, what else had been considered? What other secrets had yet to surface? The revelations gave new fuel to those who had long questioned the official narratives behind pivotal historical events. And while many conspiracy theories were still riddled with speculation and faulty logic, the existence of Northwoods proved that at least some of those fears were not only plausible, but founded. More importantly, Northwoods shattered a particular illusion that had long comforted many Americans, the belief that their government, whatever its flaws, would never intentionally harm its own people for strategic advantage. The document made clear that such boundaries were not unthinkable. They were merely contingent. Contingent on leadership, on secrecy, on the right justification. And though Operation Northwoods was never enacted, its potential aftermath was studied and theorized, speculated upon by ethicists, military analysts, and civil liberties scholars. Had Kennedy approved the plan, the United States might have found itself waging a war on false pretenses, launching an invasion of Cuba, justified not by real aggression, but by simulated suffering. The precedent set by such an act, staging violence to spark war, could have changed the moral architecture of US foreign policy forever. It might have laid the groundwork for future deceptions, future fabrications, future atrocities, all cloaked in patriotism. That, perhaps, is the most disturbing aspect of Northwoods. Not that it was suggested, but that it was suggested so easily, with such precision, with so little apparent internal resistance. The memo's language was calm, methodical, and bureaucratic. There was no sense of outrage, no visible discomfort, only strategy. Over time, the document would come to be cited in countless articles, documentaries, and debates, proof that conspiracy was not always fantasy, and that the line between protection and manipulation could be thinner than anyone dared to admit. It would be referenced in discussions about the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964, when a disputed naval skirmish triggered the Vietnam War. It would be mentioned in the context of more recent claims, including debates over intelligence in the lead-up to the Iraq War, and even in the fevered theories surrounding the attacks of September 11, 2001. And while many of those comparisons were exaggerated or fueled more by suspicion than evidence, the existence of Northwoods ensured that such comparisons could never be dismissed outright. The plan had made the unthinkable thinkable. Today, Operation Northwoods occupies a strange place in the American memory, simultaneously forgotten by most and obsessively cited by a few. It is not taught in high school history classes. It does not appear in patriotic montages or museum exhibits. But for those who have read its pages, its lesson is impossible to ignore, that in the name of national interest, even a democracy can flirt with tyranny. It is easy, in hindsight, to praise the decision not to act on Northwoods, easy to point to Kennedy's rejection as a moment of clarity and restraint, but such praise risks obscuring the deeper truth, that the plan was real and that it made it all the way to the president's desk. The true warning of Northwoods is not what was stopped, but what was imagined, what was written, what was proposed without shame. And so, the manila folder remains, its pages now unsealed, its history now public, a glimpse into an alternate past that almost came to be. What else was proposed? What else was almost real? And if Operation Northwoods was once secret, what remains secret still? The music spilled out through basement walls and behind padlocked doors, muffled but insistent, like a secret heartbeat pounding beneath the surface of the American city. It was the sound of the roaring 20s in full swing, jazz horns blaring against the backbeat of bootleg deals, high heels tapping across speakeasy floors, ice clinking in glasses that were never supposed to be filled. From the smoke-drenched clubs of Chicago to the hidden loft parties of Manhattan, there was laughter, perfume, whispers, and always, always the hiss of forbidden liquor being poured. Outside, the streets were colder, grittier, wet with rain in the winter months, parched and cracked by summer heat, but always carrying the footsteps of a country walking a line it no longer believed in. The Volstead Act had passed just a few years earlier, but already its grip was loosening, not in the statutes or the courts, but in the minds and mouths of the public. Prohibition, in theory, had outlawed alcohol. In practice, it had turned the United States into a nation of quiet defiance and dangerous improvisation. Men and women who had never broken the law before now did so with a wink and a drink. Ministers sipped from flasks in coat pockets. Politicians toasted deals in hidden rooms. Housewives mixed gin in teapots and served it to guests as casually as if it were lemonade. The law was clear, the behaviour was not. And in the grey space between what was forbidden and what was ignored, something darker took root. It began quietly, without headlines or alarms. A single man in a crowded room would suddenly grip his chest, spill his drink, and collapse to the floor. A woman in an evening gown would stumble mid-step, as though her legs had simply forgotten what they were for. Some would sweat and seize. Others would whisper prayers, then choke on their final breath. In time, the stories began to circulate. A man in Pittsburgh drank half a glass of bootleg whiskey and dropped dead before the record finished playing. A young couple in Detroit passed a bottle between them. Neither woke up the next morning. In Chicago, a funeral director quietly buried 3 patrons from the same neighborhood speakeasy, all within a week. At first, people blamed the gangsters. The booze had always been suspect, made in back rooms, in bathtubs, smuggled across borders in barrels that once held motor oil. Some batches were known to be stronger than others, foul-smelling, poorly distilled, adulterated with whatever chemicals would stretch a dollar farther. Bootleggers were businessmen first, chemists rarely. Mistakes happened. But then came the rumors. Whispers traded over drinks. Stories passed in confidence, then repeated in fear. The deaths, people said, weren't accidents. They weren't random. They were deliberate. And the poison wasn't coming from the gangsters. It was coming from the government. To understand how it came to that, one must first understand the alcohol that survived Prohibition. Not the bottles hidden in suitcases or smuggled in from Canada, but the other kind, the industrial kind. The alcohol that powered engines, cleaned machinery, preserved chemicals in laboratories and made perfumes shimmer and burn. Ethanol, as a compound, was everywhere. And during the dry years of Prohibition, it became the wellspring from which America's underground drinkers desperately drank. When the 18th Amendment made alcohol illegal in 1920, it didn't just target consumption, it outlawed the manufacture, sale, and transport of intoxicating liquors. But the government and the economy still needed alcohol for a range of non-beverage purposes. So while drinking spirits became a crime, industrial alcohol used in paints, solvents, fuels, and pharmaceuticals remained entirely legal. This was not lost on the bootleggers. Across the country, criminal networks began intercepting industrial-grade ethanol, rerouting it through makeshift refineries, filtering it through charcoal, or redistilling it with spices and flavoring agents. The process was far from perfect, the taste was often foul, but it got the job done. What had been intended for cleaning car parts or sterilizing surgical tools now lit 1,000 toasts in underground bars. By 1925, the US government estimated that up to 60 million gallons of industrial alcohol were being stolen and repurposed each year for human consumption. The Bureau of Prohibition, already underfunded, overwhelmed, and plagued by corruption, saw this as a critical vulnerability in its crusade, and so it made a decision. It would poison the supply. The logic, if one could call it that, was brutal in its simplicity. Since the bootleggers were stealing industrial alcohol, and since they were too crude or lazy to fully purify it before bottling it for sale, why not taint the source so thoroughly that no amount of filtering could make it safe to drink? The goal was deterrence, not destruction. Or so the officials claimed. Beginning around Christmas of 1926, under the authority of the Treasury Department and with the blessing of Prohibition leadership, the federal government ordered manufacturers to add stronger poisons to industrial alcohol formulations. These weren't the mild denaturants previously used to make alcohol undrinkable but survivable. These were more sinister compounds: methanol, formaldehyde, benzene, acetone, pyridine. Some could cause blindness. Others could destroy the nervous system. A few required only a mouthful to kill. the term denatured alcohol took on a new and terrible meaning. Almost immediately the bodies began to appear. Hospitals in New York saw a wave of poisonings that December, dozens of cases in a single night. Emergency rooms flooded with men and women writhing in pain, their breaths sour with chemical fumes, their organs shutting down with terrifying speed. Doctors who had treated alcohol poisoning before were shocked by the symptoms. This wasn't ordinary moonshine. This was something else entirely. But the worst part was this: the victims didn't know. They had no warning, no label, no whisper of caution. They walked into a speakeasy, bought a shot of what they believed was ordinary rot gut, and swallowed something meant to destroy them from the inside out. The bootleggers didn't know either in many cases, or if they did, they said nothing. They sold what they had, profiting off every bottle, leaving the risk to someone else's stomach. The city morgues filled with the poor first, labourers, immigrants, soldiers home from the war, men without the money to buy the safer stuff from more reputable bootleggers. But the poison did not discriminate. As the months passed, it began to claim flappers and jazz musicians, bartenders and schoolteachers, even an assistant district attorney whose only mistake had been trusting a friend's homemade cocktail. The papers reported the deaths, but rarely with outrage. Prohibition had created a peculiar kind of moral fog. To drink was to break the law. To die while drinking, well, some said it was only a matter of time. And somewhere in an office, a bureaucrat checked a box on a form, satisfied that the numbers were going down. The early months of 1927 arrived with the sharp scent of antiseptic in hospital wards and the grim rustle of black cloth in mortuaries. The death toll from the Christmas poisoning campaign still climbing in the cold New York air. City officials scrambled to reassure the public, but even as doctors laboured to treat the symptoms of methanol poisoning, nausea, blindness, tremors, and death, they knew they were not fighting nature or even negligence. They were treating wounds inflicted by design. In city after city, the story repeated itself. Someone would arrive at a speakeasy or party, raise a glass, perhaps even toast to health or good fortune, and hours later, their body would betray them. The poison worked quietly at first, as all the most effective poisons do, masking itself beneath the warm comfort of a buzz, then slipping past the blood-brain barrier like a thief in the night. By the time the victim felt the nausea or the dizziness, by the time their vision blurred or their hands began to shake, the damage was already done. Methanol metabolizes into formic acid and formaldehyde inside the human body, attacking the optic nerves and central nervous system with ruthless efficiency. There was no antidote, only delay, only prayer. In a nation of millions, the deaths might have seemed like background noise to some, just another cost of doing business in a country soaked in corruption and crime. But to those paying attention, the pattern was unmistakable, the cruelty undeniable. Doctors in major urban hospitals began to speak out. The more honest ones admitted, off the record, that they were seeing things they had never witnessed before. Others went public. Dr. Charles Norris, the chief medical examiner of New York City, was among the first and loudest to sound the alarm. Norris was no ideologue, no fringe conspiracist. He was a scientist, one of the most respected forensic pathologists of his day, and his conclusions were horrifyingly clear. The alcohol his office was testing, batch after batch, bore the unmistakable chemical fingerprint of methanol and other poisons added during industrial denaturing. This wasn't accidental contamination. This wasn't sloppy bootlegging. This was the result of a policy decision, a directive from the federal government to poison the supply in hopes of making the drink itself a deterrent. Norris was appalled, and he was not quiet about it. In statements to the press and to his colleagues, he condemned the strategy with the blunt force of science. "The government knows it is not stopping drinking by putting poison in alcohol," he declared. Yet it continues its poisoning processes, heedless of the fact that people determined to drink are daily absorbing that poison. Knowing this to be true, the United States government must be charged with the moral responsibility for the deaths that result. It was a staggering accusation that the state, in its zeal to control behavior, had crossed a line, had weaponized a substance it knew would be consumed not by criminals or mobsters, but by everyday people. And it wasn't merely knowing, Norris said. It was intentional. This was policy. Not a rogue act, not a mistake. By that year's end, hundreds more had died. The official line, of course, was different. The Department of the Treasury, under which the Bureau of Prohibition operated, maintained that denaturing alcohol was a long-standing and necessary practice, a method of distinguishing industrial ethanol from potable spirits. But critics were quick to point out that the ingredients and concentrations had changed. Prior to Prohibition, denaturing formulas were often bitter or nauseating, but not fatal. After 1926, the additives grew increasingly lethal. Internal documents, though not widely seen at the time, would later reveal discussions within the department that betrayed a chilling logic. If Americans would not stop drinking, then perhaps they could be taught to fear the drink itself. Poison was not an accident, it was a tactic. They called it a war. And in war, they said, there are casualties. But this war, unlike the ones fought in trenches and across oceans, lacked both clarity and consent. There were no uniforms, no battle lines, no declaration. The people who died had never enlisted. Many of them never even understood the risk. Some had taken precautions, bought from trusted cellars, filtered their liquor at home, drank cautiously, and still fell ill. Others, less fortunate, took one swig and never walked again. The numbers climbed. By 1928 in New York City alone, over 700 people had died from alcohol poisoning, many directly traceable to government-denatured industrial alcohol. National estimates varied, but the toll was growing year by year, each one marked by a subtle change in the air, a whisper of rot in the back alleys, a rumour passed in hushed tones. The booze might be poisoned, and still the speakeasies filled. Still, the glasses were raised. The morality of the policy was debated in only the most cautious terms, usually behind closed doors or in editorials couched in hypothetical language. Publicly, few dared to accuse the government outright of murder. Prohibition had become a moral cause, a crusade tied up in nationalism, religion, and the lingering tremors of post-war identity. To challenge it was to risk being branded unpatriotic, or worse, weak. But the truth was harder to hide. Bootleggers themselves began to adapt. Some invested in better filtration, others issued warnings about certain batches. The savvier ones began to shift their supply chains to foreign imports or illicit distilleries far from the reach of denatured industrial stock. But the reach of poison was long, and the gaps in knowledge were wide. Even experienced dealers couldn't always tell which shipments were deadly and which were merely foul-tasting. And the consumer, the man or woman leaning over a bar in a smoky back room, had no way to know. They drank what was available. They trusted the bottle in front of them, and sometimes that trust killed them. By 1930, the backlash had begun to grow teeth. Newspapers started to report the statistics more openly. Public health officials, emboldened by Norris and others, criticised the federal government with increasing frequency, churches and charitable groups, many of which had supported Prohibition at its outset, began to question whether the human cost was worth the moral experiment. And in the halls of Congress, a few brave voices began to murmur what had once been unthinkable, that perhaps the great experiment had failed. Behind the scenes, new studies were being conducted, reports compiled, memoirs quietly drafted. The truth was being preserved even as it was ignored in the moment. The tide had not yet turned, but it was beginning to shift. And then, in 1933, the dam broke. The repeal of Prohibition came not with fanfare, but with exhaustion. After 13 years of gang violence, lost tax revenue, poisoned citizens, and widespread disillusionment, the American public had had enough. On December 5, 1933, the 21st Amendment was ratified, overturning the 18th and restoring the legality of alcohol across the nation. The bars reopened, this time above ground. The stills were dismantled or licensed. The poisonings at last began to wane. But the story was not over. In the decades that followed, historians and investigative journalists would piece together the full scope of what had occurred during those dark years, accessing declassified documents, correspondence from the Treasury Department, and first-hand accounts from doctors and families. They reconstructed the death toll, the policies, the intentions. The final estimates were staggering. Over 10,000 Americans had died from poisoned alcohol during Prohibition, many from formulations directly tied to government-mandated denaturing. Others suffered blindness, paralysis, chronic neurological damage. And many more, perhaps tens of thousands, were sickened but survived, uncounted in the official records, forgotten by the public. What emerged was not merely a tragedy, but a conspiracy, a deliberate policy cloaked in silence and allowed to unfold beneath the cover of moral righteousness. The poisoning of alcohol was not the work of rogue agents or criminal saboteurs. It was the work of a government that, in its fervour to enforce a law, had crossed an invisible line and chosen death as a tool of deterrence. There were no trials, no formal acknowledgements. The policy was abandoned quietly, forgotten in the national rush toward recovery and war. But the victims remained, buried in quiet graves, their stories passed down in fragments and rumours, until at last they were recovered by researchers, their fates no longer anonymous. Today, the memory of that silent war has faded from popular history, tucked away in footnotes in the margins of textbooks. But it happened. It was real. And it offers a warning as potent as any bottle behind any bar, that when the state seeks to shape morality by force, when it chooses punishment over persuasion, it may poison not just the body, but the soul of a nation. It began with whispers behind closed doors, far from the roar of the Korean War, far from the iron grip of McCarthy's fear-stained America, in basement conference rooms tucked beneath Washington's bureaucratic sprawl, in the shadowed alcoves of Langley's newly forming heart, men in sharp suits poured coffee and paranoia in equal measure. Outside, the world moved with post-war optimism, neon signs humming over Main Street diners, televisions flickering with smiling anchors, and soldiers returning to the loving embrace of a nation that called them heroes. But under the surface, something darker churned. The Cold War had carved an invisible front line into the minds of America's leaders, and they were ready to fight, not with bullets, not with bombs, but with control. It was the early 1950s, and the Central Intelligence Agency, still young, still drunk on secrecy, was gripped by a question that danced between science fiction and horror. Could a man's will be broken and rebuilt? Could thoughts be twisted, reprogrammed, erased? Could a human being be turned into a weapon without even knowing it? Behind those questions stood a single word that would soon echo through 1,000 ruined lives: MKUltra. The first rumblings came from distant battlefields. During the Korean War, American prisoners of war returned home speaking oddly, confessing to fabricated crimes, renouncing their country. The brass called it brainwashing, a terrifying term freshly minted in the press. Was it propaganda? Hypnosis? Drugs? The explanations were vague, but the implications were intoxicating. If the communists had cracked the code to controlling minds, America had no choice but to catch up, or get ahead. And so, a handful of high-level CIA officers, led by men like Alan Dulles and Richard Helms, set the wheels in motion. They were not scientists, they were not doctors, but they held power, and they held fear, and that was enough. The goal was simple and monstrous: find a way to seize the mind, to erase it, to rewrite it, to command it like a machine. To them, there was no line, only possibility. The initial funding was channeled through a shell program named Bluebird, soon renamed Artichoke, and finally given its now infamous moniker, MKUltra. The name meant nothing, a random combination of letters and a cryptic prefix. MK for the CIA's technical division, Ultra for maximum secrecy. Beneath that bland title lurked something grotesque. The experiments were not confined to one lab, one city, one method. MKUltra was sprawling, decentralized, deliberately obfuscated. Dozens of universities, hospitals, prisons, and private clinics were roped into its operations, some knowingly, others blindly accepting grants and funding without questioning their true source. The CIA used front organizations to fund psychologists, pharmacologists, and neurologists. Officially, these were studies in behavior, memory, learning, but behind the scenes, it was something else entirely. The weapon of choice? LSD, a strange, powerful hallucinogen that had only recently reached American labs from its birthplace in a Swiss pharmaceutical company. To CIA scientists, it was a revelation. A compound that could unmoor the mind from reality. The perfect tool for control, if only it could be harnessed. At first, they tested on volunteers, low-level agents, informed subjects, but the results were chaotic, wild, unpredictable. Some laughed hysterically, others screamed and clawed at the walls. One jumped from a window, convinced he could fly. But rather than slow the program, these early tragedies only deepened the CIA's curiosity. If the drug could unravel a man's mind, could it also rebuild him? The testing widened, consent vanished. In a series of safe houses scattered across the country, most famously in New York and San Francisco, CIA operatives began dosing people without their knowledge. Prostitutes, chosen for their access and deniability, lured men into rooms lined with two-way mirrors. There, behind the glass, agents watched as the victims drank cocktails laced with acid, unaware that their minds were slipping into unreality under government surveillance. The program was nicknamed Operation Midnight Climax, and it played out like a noir fever dream. Crimson wallpaper, cigarette smoke curling toward hidden microphones, a man on a couch laughing, crying, screaming, while behind the mirror a bored spook scribbled notes on a yellow legal pad. Sometimes the subjects were left alone, sometimes they were interrogated, sometimes they were seduced, manipulated, shamed or mocked, just to see what would happen. No two sessions were the same. That was the point. The victims never knew who had done it. Elsewhere, the experiments took a colder form. In psychiatric hospitals and VA wards, doctors under CIA contract administered LSD, mescaline, and other psychoactive substances to patients already in vulnerable mental states. Electroshock therapy was layered on top, massive jolts far beyond the clinical standard. Sensory deprivation, isolation, hypnosis, forced sleeplessness. Some patients were drugged into unconsciousness for weeks at a time, their brains scrubbed clean by white noise and light pulses. One Canadian institution, the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, became ground zero for some of MKUltra's most horrific experiments. There, under the direction of psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron, patients checked in for anxiety, depression, or postpartum stress, and were unknowingly enrolled in a nightmare. Cameron believed he could de-pattern a brain, erasing its memories and identity, and then reprogram it into a healthier form. His methods included sleep therapy, where patients were kept sedated for up to 65 days, high-dose electroshock, and repeated playback of recorded messages, over and over again for hours or days. Patients left broken. Some never recovered their sense of self, and all of it, every needle, every scream, every shattered mind, was funded by the CIA. There were deaths, more than a few. The most infamous came in 1953, when Dr. Frank Olson, a biochemist working with the CIA, fell or was pushed from a 10th-story window at the Statler Hotel in New York. Just days earlier, he'd been unknowingly dosed with LSD by his own colleagues. He'd grown paranoid, confused. He spoke of quitting, of talking to the press. He was taken to New York for treatment. Days later, he was dead. The agency called it suicide. His family wasn't so sure, but MKUltra did not stop. Not then, not after Olson. It was too big, too hidden, too tangled in a web of secrecy that stretched across departments and administrations. Even as internal doubts grew, even as some scientists voiced concern about the ethics and the lack of oversight, the project rolled on, driven by fear, fueled by secrecy. No one knew the full scope, not even those running it. Each sub-project was compartmentalized, given an innocuous name, and shuffled through layers of plausible deniability. One study might focus on hypnosis and false memories, another on sensory isolation, another on interrogation resistance. Over 150 known sub-projects bloomed under the MKUltra umbrella, each one a brick in a fortress of control built atop human suffering. In time, the experiments extended to prisons, where inmates were offered shorter sentences in exchange for voluntary participation. But the truth was, they didn't know what they were volunteering for. In one case, inmates at a federal prison in Kentucky were given LSD every day for 77 days. No oversight, no accountability, just a locked room and a mind turned inside out. And still, the questions that launched MKUltra remained unanswered. Could a man be made to kill on command? Could his loyalty be erased? Could truth be extracted from the depths of his brain through chemicals, hypnosis, pain? No consistent answers emerged. The mind, it turned out, was more complex than the CIA had imagined, but that didn't stop them from trying. As the 1960s dawned, the culture around them began to shift. LSD, once a secret weapon, began leaking into the counterculture. Hippies in San Francisco tripped in parks and painted their faces with flowers. Timothy Leary preached about mind expansion. The drug the CIA had tried to weaponize was now fueling a revolution, and the agency watched with unease as the genie refused to go back in the bottle. Meanwhile, inside Langley, MKUltra's files grew thicker, but so did the discomfort. More voices began to question the ethics, the legality, the risk. A few internal memos hinted at worry if the public ever found out. And then, quietly, in the early 1970s, with a new director and shifting political winds, the CIA ordered MKUltra shut down. No public announcement, no reckoning, just a quiet closing of the door. But before they did, someone gave the order to destroy the records. In 1973, under the direction of then CIA Director Richard Helms, most of MKUltra's documents were shredded, thousands of pages gone, erased from history. It was a final act of secrecy, an attempt to bury the truth forever. But truth, like the mind, does not always obey. Some fragments survived, misfiled, forgotten, and when they were found years later, they would spark one of the most chilling investigations in American history. But that would come later. For now, the safe houses sat empty. The acid trips had ended, the files were ash, and the victims, those who remembered and those who didn't, were left to piece together the shattered kaleidoscope of their minds. In the silence that followed, one question lingered, impossible to ignore. What had we become in the name of control? The silence did not last long. In the political chaos of the early 1970s, a time when the nation's trust in its institutions was already beginning to fray under the weight of Watergate, Vietnam, and the slow, grinding disillusionment that came with watching the American experiment stumble under its own contradictions, a small collection of surviving documents began to surface, unintentional or overlooked remnants of a program never meant to see the light of day. Misfiled financial records, budget memos, scattered reports marked with cryptic project names, and the cold, bureaucratic language of covert science. These pages, dry on the surface, cracked the lid on something far more disturbing: a sustained, coordinated, and deeply illegal effort by the US government to conduct mind control experiments on its own citizens. Experiments that had spanned decades, crossed borders, ignored laws, and in many cases destroyed lives without leaving a single trace of remorse. The man who would unwittingly trigger the unravelling of MKUltra's dark legacy was not a journalist or a whistleblower or a victim, but a government accountant working quietly within the vast architecture of Washington's bureaucracy. In 1974, as part of a broader audit into government spending, he stumbled upon financial records connected to a program he didn't recognize, something referred to only by its code name, MKUltra. The funds were routed through front organizations, obscured by layers of misdirection, but the destination was clear enough: grants to hospitals, universities, and research centers that had conducted behavioral experiments, many involving psychotropic drugs. These fragments alone would not have been enough to pierce the veil of CIA secrecy, but the timing as it happened was disastrous for those who had once overseen the program. Watergate had broken open the gates of power, and a new hunger for transparency, accountability, and institutional reform was beginning to take hold in the halls of Congress. The nation was raw, angry, and ready to believe that its leaders had lied, and they had. In December of 1974, the New York Times published an explosive article by reporter Seymour Hersh, detailing widespread CIA domestic surveillance operations that violated the agency's charter. The story ignited a political firestorm. Among the operations mentioned, tucked amid the broader scandal of spying and infiltration, were references to illegal drug experiments conducted on American citizens. It was the first time the public heard whispers of MKUltra. The outcry was immediate and fierce. Congress, under pressure from a public now suspicious of everything once held sacred, launched a formal investigation. In 1975, Senator Frank Church convened the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, an unwieldy title for what would become one of the most important inquiries into the deep, secret mechanisms of American power. The Church Committee, as it came to be known, peeled back layer after layer of classified operations, revealing a long and deeply disturbing pattern of abuse and overreach. Among the many revelations, surveillance of civil rights leaders, assassination plots, propaganda campaigns, was a growing body of evidence pointing to MKUltra. But there was a problem. Most of the documentation had been destroyed 2 years earlier, under the direct orders of CIA Director Richard Helms, who had sought to erase not only the operational details of MKUltra, but its very existence. Only a few files, some 20,000 pages, scattered across multiple storage facilities, had survived the purge. These were financial records, not detailed experiment logs. They didn't reveal everything, but they revealed enough. In 1977, Senator Edward Kennedy chaired a follow-up hearing focused solely on MKUltra. It was during these sessions that the American public learned, in halting bureaucratic language, the full extent of what had been done in their name. Agency officials, some retired, some still employed, testified behind long tables under the glare of television lights. They spoke of LSD experiments on unwitting subjects, of patients who were institutionalized for minor ailments only to emerge mentally ruined, of prisoners who had been given drugs daily for months without understanding why. There was mention of Operation Midnight Climax, of prostitutes and safe houses, of psychological torture dressed in the language of research. There was talk of Ewan Cameron and his nightmarish experiments in Canada, conducted, it turned out, not just with CIA funding, but with full awareness that the goal was to break the human mind and see what might remain. There were victims, too, who testified, haltingly, painfully, about what had been done to them. One man, a veteran, described being dosed with LSD during military service without his knowledge, and how his life had fallen apart in the years afterward. A woman spoke of her mother, once a vibrant, capable woman, reduced to a shadow of herself after undergoing sleep therapy in Montreal. Their stories were raw, confusing, filled with the gaps and contradictions that come from memory degraded by trauma. But they shared a common thread. None of them had consented. None of them had been told. And none of them had been warned of the consequences. Among the most haunting testimonies was that of the family of Frank Olson, the biochemist who had died in 1953 after falling from a hotel window. For over 2 decades, his death had been ruled a suicide, a tragic consequence of stress and depression. But in the wake of the MKUltra hearings, new information emerged. Olson, it turned out, had been covertly dosed with LSD by his colleagues during a CIA retreat without his knowledge. He had suffered a severe psychological break in the days that followed, expressing doubts about the work he had been involved in and speaking of leaving the agency. He was taken to New York for observation. Days later, he was dead. The CIA admitted the drugging, but maintained that Olson's death was a suicide. His family did not agree. In the decades that followed, they pursued the truth with relentless determination. They exhumed his body. A second autopsy revealed injuries inconsistent with a simple fall, blunt force trauma to the head, signs that he may have been unconscious before he hit the ground. The evidence suggested a different story, that Olson had not jumped, but had been silenced, permanently. the revelations poured out like slow poison. MKUltra had touched everything: science, medicine, the military, the media. Entire academic disciplines had been shaped by research funded through CIA front groups. Some of the nation's most prestigious universities had taken the money, conducted the studies, and never asked why the results had to be sent to Washington. And while not all of them knew what they were participating in, many had suspicions. But the money flowed freely and the questions stopped coming. In the end, no one was prosecuted. The program had been buried for too long, the documents too thoroughly destroyed, the chain of accountability too fractured by time and secrecy. The CIA issued a tepid apology, admitted to mistakes and promised reforms. But for the victims, there was little justice. A few received financial settlements. Others were left to carry the burden of what had been done to them, without explanation, without closure, and often without even full memory of the events. And yet, the impact of MKUltra did not end in those hearing rooms. Its shadow lingered, dark, oily, and impossible to scrub from the fabric of American history. In the decades that followed, the name MKUltra became shorthand for the sinister underbelly of government power, the proof that conspiracy theories were not always imaginary, and that the state, when left unchecked, could become monstrous in its pursuit of control. It fueled novels and films, songs and manifestos, from the Manchurian Candidate to Stranger Things. From whispered stories of CIA mind control to the fevered paranoia of the internet age, MKUltra became mythic, half-truth, half-lie, and fully terrifying. But beyond the cultural echoes, a deeper wound remained: the moral failure of those who believed that science, unbound by ethics, could serve the state without consequence. These were not mad scientists in hidden labs cackling over bubbling beakers. They were doctors, professors, soldiers, men in suits who spoke calmly and dispassionately about dosage levels and behavior modification, who recorded screams as data points and watched human suffering through two-way mirrors without blinking. Their goal was never healing, it was never understanding, it was control. Even now, the full scope of MKUltra remains unknown. Most of the documents are gone, and many of those who participated are dead. What remains is fragmented, haunting, and incomplete. But what we do know is enough to understand this: that for over 2 decades, the United States government conducted illegal, unethical, and often barbaric experiments on its own citizens in the name of national security. And when it was over, it tried to bury the truth beneath a mountain of shredded paper and silence. But the truth survived. In the end, MKUltra was not about mind control. It was about the arrogance of those who believed they had the right to try. The year was 1933, and America staggered through the third bitter winter of the Great Depression, with a kind of national exhaustion that crept beneath the skin and settled deep in the bones. In the great industrial cities of the East, factories stood silent, their windows shattered by time and neglect, while men in threadbare coats waited in bread lines that stretched block after block, their eyes hollow and fixed on a distant horizon that offered no assurances. On the wind-scoured farms of the Midwest, the earth had turned against its stewards, choking crops beneath layers of dust, and whole families abandoned the land as their fathers had once called endless and rich. Banks had collapsed, savings had vanished. Confidence in the markets, in the government, in the country itself, was in ruins. But even in the darkness, a new president had emerged with the promise of restoration. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, patrician by birth but hailed by the broken masses as a saviour, had taken office in March with a voice that rang out through radios across the land. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. In his first 100 days, he moved with boldness unseen in decades, ordering sweeping reforms, bank holidays, emergency legislation. To the hungry and the hopeless, he was a man of action. To the old guard of American wealth and power, he was something else entirely, a threat. The elite class, the barons of finance and industry, who had long shaped the nation from the shadows of boardrooms and exclusive clubs, watched Roosevelt's ascent with mounting alarm. They saw the rise of labor unions, the whisper of social welfare programs, and the sudden willingness of the federal government to tamper with the sacred machinery of capitalism. They saw, too, that Roosevelt had no fear of antagonizing them. He spoke of the money changers with disdain. He accused bankers of hoarding. He made it clear that the days of unchecked oligarchy were, if not over, under siege. And behind closed doors in mahogany-panelled rooms lined with fine cigars and antique ledgers, powerful men began to wonder whether the time had come to take the country back by other means. It was in such a time, restless, unstable, and edged with desperation, that a strange and chilling proposal was made to a retired general. His name was Smedley Darlington Butler, and to the average American of the 1930s, he was a hero of the old world, a square-jawed warrior in the mold of Ulysses S. Grant, twice awarded the Medal of Honor, a veteran of the Philippines, China, Central America, and the so-called Banana Wars. He had marched through the blood-soaked chapters of American imperial history, had taken and held cities for sugar magnates and bankers, had once served as the military muscle for Wall Street's foreign ventures. But in retirement, Butler had become something far more dangerous to the powerful, a man unafraid to speak. He had begun giving speeches, fiery, populist, and cutting in their clarity. He spoke of the military not as a noble shield of the Republic, but as the enforcer of corporate greed. "I was a racketeer for capitalism," he told audiences. "I helped make Mexico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers in 1909. He was a man who had seen too much, done too much, and come out the other side with his conscience burning and his loyalty to the common man unshakable. And it was this man, this retired general with a name known in every veteran's hall and a voice that echoed with the righteous anger of the disillusioned, whom the conspirators believed they could use. The first overture was quiet, an invitation to meet, a conversation about national crisis, about the failure of Roosevelt's policies, about the need for strong leadership in turbulent times. The messenger was Gerald C. McGuire, a bond salesman from Connecticut, with ties to powerful banking interests and veteran organizations. He spoke with the conviction of a man who believed he had been entrusted with something vital and historic. He was not the architect, but the courier, and the message he carried was nothing less than this: the time had come to remove Franklin Roosevelt from effective power, and they wanted Butler to lead the charge. It was not to be a bloody coup, at least not in name. Roosevelt, they explained, would remain president in title, but a new cabinet, handpicked by the business elite and headed by Butler himself, would effectively control the government. They spoke of a Secretary of General Affairs, a role with sweeping authority, capable of neutralizing the New Deal and restoring the old order. The country, they argued, needed discipline. It needed a strong man. And who better than the most beloved military figure of the era? Butler listened, skeptical but curious. He had no love for Roosevelt, whose patrician roots he distrusted, but he had less for tyrants and oligarchs. And so he played along. He asked questions. He encouraged them to elaborate. He feigned interest. And all the while, he took notes. Maguire's pitch grew bolder with each meeting. He spoke of backing from the American Legion, of financial support from men with names like DuPont, J.P. Morgan, Remington, and Goodyear. He mentioned a private army of 500,000 veterans, unemployed, bitter, and ready to march on Washington at the call of their old general. They had weapons, they had uniforms, all they needed was a leader with stature. Butler, seasoned in the brutal calculations of power, recognized what they were describing. It was not reform, it was not patriotism, it was the classic model of fascism, plutocrats installing a figurehead to seize control under the guise of saving the Republic. He thought of Mussolini, of Hitler, of the black shirts and brown shirts marching through Europe, and he saw, in these carefully worded proposals and veiled promises of wealth and influence, the same seed taking root in American soil. And still he listened. Over the course of several months, Maguire and his allies continued to court him. They produced letters, they arranged meetings with intermediaries, they cited powerful allies, bankers, industrialists, former politicians, all of whom they claimed stood ready to fund and support the plan. Butler, now deeply alarmed, began to realize that this was not merely bluster. These were not fringe actors or fantasists. These were men with the means, the connections, and the audacity to attempt a hostile takeover of the US government. And so, with growing resolve, he decided to turn the conspiracy on its head. Rather than expose them too early and risk having his word dismissed or twisted, Butler continued to engage. He collected evidence. He listened closely to names, to dollar amounts, to organizational structures. And when he finally felt he had enough, he contacted a journalist, Paul Comley French, a correspondent for the Philadelphia Record, who helped corroborate the story. Together they approached Congress. In November 1934, Smedley Butler testified under oath before the McCormack-Dickstein Committee, a special House committee tasked with investigating un-American activities. He laid out in painstaking detail the plot as it had been presented to him, the promises, the meetings, the men behind the curtain. He named names. He handed over letters, and he warned that America had come far closer to dictatorship than anyone realized. The committee listened. They called in Maguire. They interviewed French. Documents were examined. Questions were asked. But then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, the investigation seemed to recede into silence. The final report acknowledged Butler's testimony and confirmed that elements of the plot had indeed existed, but no prosecutions followed. The names Butler had spoken aloud, names tied to some of the wealthiest families in the country, were never dragged into the courtroom. In the newspapers, headlines ran for a week or two: "Plot to seize White House," "Wall Street and conspiracy." But as Roosevelt's administration surged ahead with the New Deal, and as the drums of war began to sound faintly from across the Atlantic, the scandal was allowed to dissolve into obscurity. The press called it a curiosity. Historians for decades would treat it as a footnote. But Smedley Butler never forgot. He returned to the lecture circuit, speaking not just of corporate imperialism, but of the betrayal he had witnessed, of the American aristocracy that had nearly unseated a president to preserve their wealth. He warned that the country's institutions were not immune to tyranny, that liberty was a fragile thing, and that even here, even in the land of elections and laws, there were those who would trade democracy for dominion the moment it suited them. And in time, as the Second World War consumed the world, and as fascism showed its full face in Europe and the Pacific, Butler's warnings took on a darker resonance. But in the year 1933, long before the world would come to know the names Dachau, Nanking or Normandy, a retired general sat quietly in his home, the ink still drying on his notes, the air thick with the knowledge that something had very nearly happened in America, something that, had it succeeded, would have changed the course of the nation forever. The business plot was not a revolution. It was a betrayal in tailored suits, whispered in the language of finance, cloaked in patriotism, and offered not to a mob but to a man of honour who, in the end, chose to shine a light where others demanded shadows. When General Smedley Butler stepped out of the committee chamber in the final days of November 1934, having laid bare what he knew to be one of the most audacious betrayals ever attempted against the Constitution, there was no eruption of headlines, no sirens in the street, no wall of flashbulbs and reporters demanding details. There was no sweeping crackdown, no televised arrest of titans in tailored suits, no sweeping declaration from the president promising justice. What greeted him instead was a peculiar quiet, one that stretched out not just over hours, but over decades. A silence that clung to the memory of the business plot like a fog rolling low over a battlefield after the last shot has been fired, concealing the damage rather than confronting it. Behind closed doors within the Capitol, the McCormack-Dickstein Committee's investigators pored over what Butler had delivered: names, letters, transcripts, second-hand confirmations, and first-hand declarations, each piece pointing toward a loosely bound but unmistakably real effort to subvert the presidency. Butler had not simply sounded the alarm in a dramatic fit of paranoia. He had testified under oath, in detailed, sober language, to a systematic effort to install an authoritarian government within the shell of the Republic. And though some of the details seemed astonishing, 500,000 veterans in a private army, industrialists prepared to bankroll an American Caesar, prominent financiers eager to put Roosevelt in check, the substance of the general's testimony was treated not with dismissal, but with a careful, cautious form of containment. The committee, co-chaired by Congressman John W. McCormack of Massachusetts and Congressman Samuel Dickstein of New York, was already burdened by the weighty task of tracking un-American activities, a term so broad as to invite nearly anything under its jurisdiction, and yet, in practice, often watered down to the pursuit of minor political radicals and fringe threats. But Butler had brought them something else entirely, something too large to be ignored and too politically delicate to be pursued with zeal. If the names being spoken, J.P. Morgan, the DuPont family, the Remington Arms Company, and other pillars of the American economic elite, were truly involved, then this was not just sedition, it was high treason from the very heights of power. Still, no subpoenas were issued for the named financiers, no arrests were made. And while the committee's final report did, in fact, validate many of Butler's core claims, stating in careful language that there is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient, the report quickly disappeared beneath the layers of bureaucracy and media fatigue. The committee had confirmed that something had happened, but having done so, they took no further action. What followed was not a reckoning, but a retreat. The American press, briefly inflamed by the idea of a fascist coup on domestic soil, allowed the story to fade within weeks. The New York Times, then as now considered a paper of record, treated Butler's claims with skepticism thinly veiled as neutrality. Other outlets suggested he had misunderstood the nature of the plot or had been manipulated by unscrupulous figures. Some implied that his motives were political, or that his interpretation of events had been coloured by personal resentment toward Roosevelt or Wall Street. And thus, in the vacuum left by the government's inaction, the narrative began to mutate. The business plot became less a fact and more a rumour, a theory as it would later be framed, stripped of its teeth by the very institutions that had quietly acknowledged its truth. Butler, for his part, did not back down. In speeches across the country, he repeated his warnings with calm, measured conviction. He did not embellish the details. He did not cry conspiracy in the language of hysteria. He simply laid out what had occurred, that he had been approached over the course of several months by individuals claiming to represent a network of business and military interests who sought to install a form of corporate control over the federal government. They had assumed, mistakenly, that he would go along with them, and they had underestimated his commitment to the democratic structure he had once served, even as he had come to question its exploitation by the very forces now attempting to seize it by stealth. Publicly, Butler remained respected, his wartime record too formidable, his patriotism too established to be dismantled by critics. But privately, the ripples of the business plot began to recede. No charges were ever brought against Gerald C. Maguire, the intermediary who had made the approach. He denied any involvement in a plot, though his own letters and testimonies contradicted each other under scrutiny. His ties to financiers such as Grayson Murphy, a Morgan-affiliated banker and major supporter of the American Liberty League, raised red flags, but none that Congress was willing to chase down. The American Liberty League itself, formed in 1934 by conservative Democrats and business elites to oppose Roosevelt's New Deal programs, came under suspicion. Many of its key backers, including members of the DuPont family, were cited as being sympathetic to fascist governments abroad. The League's materials often praised Mussolini's efficiency, while decrying the dangerous centralization of power under Roosevelt, an irony not lost on Butler, who pointed out that fascism, by definition, was the centralization of power by oligarchs through force and coercion. But such critiques gained little traction in a country still deeply divided over the shape of its recovery and the limits of federal authority. As time passed, the memory of the business plot slowly dissolved into a kind of political folklore, too threatening to be fully embraced by mainstream narratives, too substantial to be dismissed outright, and too lacking in prosecutorial closure to satisfy the public's appetite for resolution. Historians were cautious, academics debated its scale. The names involved remained largely protected by the absence of legal consequences. And yet, behind that veil of ambiguity, documents continued to emerge, pieces of correspondence, archived letters, internal memos that lent growing credibility to Butler's account. Declassified letters from the National Archives decades later revealed links between the figures Butler had named and a broader effort to fund anti-Roosevelt campaigns, foster propaganda networks, and explore the use of veterans' organizations for political leverage. In one such letter, a DuPont affiliate casually discussed the use of the American Legion as a vehicle for preserving national integrity through firm direction, a euphemism that, when viewed through the lens of Butler's testimony, took on a far more ominous tone. Others pointed to the sudden rise of pro-fascist sentiment among segments of the American elite in the early 1930s, not merely admiration for European authoritarianism, but active attempts to replicate it. Charles Lindbergh, the famed aviator and public figure, would later openly admire Hitler's Germany. Henry Ford, whose anti-Semitic publications earned praise from the Nazi regime, remained influential in conservative circles. Business leaders, emboldened by Roosevelt's attempts to regulate labor and wealth, saw in fascism not a moral aberration, but a system of stability, one that protected capital, suppressed dissent, and neutralized the threat of the masses organizing for economic justice. And in this climate, the business plot ceased to look like an anomaly. It became instead a momentary glimpse into a deeper and more persistent strain in American power, the willingness of some within the ruling class to abandon democracy the moment it became inconvenient. The conspiracy, as described by Butler, may have been halted before it reached fruition, but the ideology behind it endured, morphing, hiding, waiting for the next moment of crisis to rise again in a different form. In later years, the story would be revisited by a new generation of historians. Jules Archer's The Plot to Seize the White House, 1973, resurrected the narrative with new context, relying heavily on Butler's own words and the findings of the committee. Though some dismissed the book as speculative, others saw it as a vital correction to a history too eager to forget. By the early 2000s, newly digitized archives brought further confirmation: letters confirming meetings, financial records pointing to organized efforts to subvert the administration, veteran networks co-opted for political mobilization. But perhaps the most haunting validation came not from evidence but from repetition, from the recognition that the events of 1933 were not unique, that when faced with social upheaval, when the foundations of privilege are shaken, the powerful have always flirted with the temptation of control through force. That what Butler revealed was not a plot of the moment, but a recurring possibility, the ever-present shadow that trails behind democracy, watching for weakness. Smedley Butler died in 1940, just months before America's entry into the Second World War. He had spent the last years of his life warning about the rise of fascism, not just abroad, but at home. His speeches, once considered radical, began to sound prophetic as jackboots thundered across Europe and authoritarianism swept away fragile democracies. In death, he remained a figure of complexity, a soldier turned critic, a patriot who broke ranks to sound the alarm against those who would betray the nation in the name of power. And yet, even now, his testimony sits in the National Archives like a buried landmine, filed away, footnoted, acknowledged but unresolved. The business plot is real, it happened, and the men behind it walked away untouched. Perhaps they believed they had been wise to recruit a general, someone who would understand the stakes, the tactics, the costs. Perhaps they assumed he would be flattered, tempted by the promise of command and legacy. In the end, the business plot failed not because of the incompetence of its planners or the might of federal investigation, but because one man refused to become a tyrant in uniform, because he listened and waited and then spoke when it would have been easier to remain silent, and because sometimes the line between democracy and dictatorship rests not in institutions, but in individual choices made at quiet tables, far from the public eye. It is a thin line, thinner than we might like to believe. In the dark water of the North Pacific, 3 miles below the churn and hiss of waves that never cease to move, there lay the remains of something once terrible and secret, the hull of a Soviet submarine, K-129, fractured and rusted, stretched across the ocean floor like a metal carcass, half swallowed by silt and time. The sea had taken it in 1968, in silence and without witnesses, dragging the vessel down in a slow, spiraling fall that crushed steel like tin and snuffed out all life within before it could cry out. Above, in the years that followed, no monuments were raised, no names spoken aloud. There was only absence, a place on the map where nothing was supposed to be, and something was. What the ocean buried, however, others remembered. 6 years passed before a ship arrived, not a warship or a research vessel, but a strange, towering thing unlike anything the waves had seen before. Its name, painted plainly on the hull in white block letters, was the Hughes Glomar Explorer, and it bore the outward trappings of a commercial venture. Cranes, winches, and tall derricks rising above its deck, all in the service, it was said, of deep-sea mining, an ambitious new frontier in resource extraction backed by the eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes. To the public, it was an engineering marvel, a vessel designed to reach into the abyss and pull up rare minerals from beneath the seabed. There were articles, interviews, and diagrams, all carefully placed and orchestrated. What no one was told, not the press, not the United Nations, not even most of the crew, was that the true target of this improbable voyage was not manganese nodules or precious metals, but the long dead bones of a Soviet submarine, its nuclear warheads, cryptographic equipment, and the corpses of its sailors still lying untouched in the deep. It was called Project Azorian, and it would become one of the boldest, strangest, and most audacious intelligence operations of the Cold War, a mission conceived in secrecy, executed with staggering precision, and hidden beneath a story so elaborate it bordered on the absurd. In the annals of American espionage, there were missions that ended in glory and missions that unraveled in scandal. But the story of the Glomar Explorer belonged to another category entirely, the category of the almost unbelievable. It began, like so many things in that era, with surveillance, not of people, but of patterns, of waves and winds, of gaps in transmission. In March of 1968, American listening posts in the Pacific detected something unusual, a seismic event, sudden and sharp, occurring far from any fault lines or tectonic activity. Naval analysts accustomed to tracking submarines by their acoustic signatures quickly suspected the cause. Somewhere in the remote reaches of the North Pacific, a Soviet ballistic missile submarine had suffered a catastrophic failure and imploded. The submarine K-129 had been part of the Soviet Pacific Fleet, and it was presumed lost with all hands. The Kremlin, as was its custom, said nothing publicly, but American satellites and spy planes began sweeping the suspected area, scanning thousands of square miles of ocean with a mixture of urgency and hope. What they found months later was astonishing. The shattered wreck of the K-129, located more than 16,000 feet below the surface, resting nearly 1,000 miles northwest of Hawaii, well outside Soviet territorial waters and deep enough to make salvage seem impossible. And yet, for some in Washington, the discovery posed a tantalizing question. What if it could be raised? It was an idea that few in the Pentagon took seriously at first. The depth alone made recovery a logistical nightmare. No vessel had ever attempted such a task at that scale, and the technology required simply did not exist. But within the Central Intelligence Agency, a quiet determination took hold. The potential intelligence windfall was enormous. If the submarine could be recovered even partially, it might yield Soviet codes, missile guidance systems, nuclear warheads, or simply insight into how America's greatest rival constructed and operated its most dangerous weapons. In an era where every scrap of advantage mattered, even a corpse dragged from the depths might tell stories worth hearing. So plans were drawn, budgets proposed, and the wild outline of Project Azorian began to take shape. Not as a direct military operation, which might provoke international outrage or Soviet retaliation, but as a civilian front, a private enterprise cloaked in ambiguity and plausible deniability. That front would come in the form of a man who had long been accustomed to doing things others deemed impossible. Howard Hughes. Hughes had, by the 1970s, become a myth unto himself. Aviator, film producer, industrialist, and recluse, he was as much legend as man, a figure whose name conjured images of grandeur and eccentricity, of limitless ambition shielded by layers of wealth and secrecy. His businesses spanned aerospace, electronics, and minerals, and his public withdrawal from society only deepened the mystery surrounding him. It was precisely this mystique that made him the perfect cover. If anyone could be believed to fund a $500 million ship designed to mine the ocean floor, it was Howard Hughes. The arrangement was orchestrated through a labyrinth of front companies, shell corporations, and classified contracts. The Hughes Tool Company would sponsor the venture, while the CIA would handle the logistics, design, and construction in total secrecy. The mining operation would be explained as an effort to harvest polymetallic nodules, metallic clumps believed to contain high concentrations of nickel, cobalt, and other valuable elements, scattered across the ocean floor. In an era enamored with new frontiers and techno-industrial dreams, the public accepted the story with little scrutiny. Beneath that cover, however, the true machinery of Project Azorian began to take form. The engineering challenges were staggering. No one had ever attempted to retrieve something from such depth. The pressures at 16,500 feet would crush most materials like paper. Remote-operated vehicles were still primitive, and the idea of lowering a retrieval claw to grasp a 1,750-ton submarine from the ocean floor and lift it whole to the surface seemed closer to science fiction than science. But impossibility had rarely deterred the CIA, especially when urgency could be tied to national survival. Over the next several years, teams of engineers, naval architects, and intelligence officers worked in unison, designing what would become one of the most remarkable maritime vessels ever built. At its core was a massive mechanical claw, a three-pronged device nicknamed Clementine, designed to encircle and lift the broken submarine without shattering it further. It would be housed in a towering submersible bay within the Glomar Explorer, a space large enough to hold the submarine fragment, shielded from satellite surveillance and weather alike. To lower the claw to such depths, a pipe string system, similar to those used in offshore oil drilling, would be assembled link by link on deck and lowered through a false moon pool in the center of the ship. Each pipe segment was nearly 60 feet long, and the full string would extend more than 3 miles into the ocean. The ship itself would require dynamic positioning capabilities, using computer-controlled thrusters to remain stationary to within feet, even amid rolling seas. It was a marvel of Cold War engineering, built not to be seen, but to disappear. The project moved in shadows. Crews were hired, often without full knowledge of what they were building. The ship was assembled at the Sun Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company in Pennsylvania, then outfitted in California, where it loomed above the docks like a floating refinery. At nearly 620 feet long and 116 feet wide, the Glomar Explorer was larger than a football field and carried a crew of 178. The decks bristled with cranes and derricks, the superstructure casting long shadows over the harbour. To the casual observer, it was simply another industrial behemoth. Ambitious, certainly, but not implausible. The ship set sail in June of 1974, slipping out into the Pacific beneath little fanfare and no headlines, its destination unspoken, and its true purpose known only to a handful of men in Washington. It had taken over 6 years and more than $500 million, the equivalent of several billion today, but Project Azorian was finally underway. Far below, on the seafloor where the K-129 rested in darkness untouched since its fatal plunge, there was no sense of time. The ocean preserves some things and erases others. The submarine was broken, its midsection crumpled inward from the force of implosion, its conning tower tilted like a rusted fin. Inside, the remains of dozens of Soviet sailors still floated or lay where they had died, sealed by pressure and salt. What secrets lay within, whether codes, missile schematics, or more intangible insights, no one could say with certainty. But the CIA believed it was worth the risk, and so the Glomar explorer lowered its pipes, one after another, into the sea. The operation was slow, painstaking. Every link of the pipe string had to be assembled with robotic precision. The weather was unpredictable, the currents fierce. A single misalignment could send the claw veering off target. Sonar and acoustic tracking systems monitored the descent, guiding the apparatus inch by inch through the cold dark until at last it reached the resting place of K-129. There, in the stillness of the deep, the claw opened. Above, the ship held its position, engines thrumming with the steady rhythm of control. Cameras relayed blurry images from below, shadows, contours, the suggestion of twisted metal. The operators, watching on grainy monitors in a sealed control room, worked in near silence, knowing that what they touched now had not been touched by air or hand since the spring of 1968. They made contact. Clementine gripped the wreck. Slowly, painfully slowly, but the lift began. Above the waves, the Pacific shifted restlessly, indifferent to the enormity of what was unfolding beneath its surface. The crew of the Glomar explorer, many still unsure of the true nature of their mission, moved through the routines of containment and balance, their work dictated by precise schedules and coded directives. They had been told not to ask questions. They had been told this was a mining project. Dangerous, yes, but within the realm of industry. Those who had glimpsed more than they were meant to understand said little. Secrecy was part of the water they swam in now. Below them, rising foot by foot through nearly 17,000 feet of water, the broken body of K-129 hung suspended in a steel grip, its structure groaning under pressure, rust flaking off like ash. The engineers knew that at such depths the smallest imperfection, the faintest weakness in a weld, the slightest miscalculation in weight distribution, could mean disaster. They had calculated for every contingency they could imagine, and still there was one they hadn't. Halfway through the ascent, with the submarine fragment already thousands of feet above the seabed, something gave way. No explosion, no catastrophic failure, just a dull, sickening shift in weight that rippled through the entire lift structure like a whisper turning into a scream. The ship shuddered. The tension on the lifting gear changed. Below, in the blackness, part of the submarine cracked free. The mechanical claw, designed to cradle the hull like a hand around a glass ornament, could no longer hold its grip. A section of the K-129, perhaps half of it, perhaps more, broke apart and plummeted back into the abyss, disappearing into the dark silt that had cradled it for 6 years. No one knew exactly how much had been lost. The cameras could no longer see clearly. The claw still held a piece of the submarine, but the full payload, the codes, the warheads, the secret, had been severed from the hand that sought to steal them. On board the Glomar explorer, there was no time for mourning. They still had something. The remaining fragment was secured and brought into the moon pool. the internal well of the ship that allowed for secret recovery out of view of satellites or prying eyes. What came aboard was twisted, incomplete, and eerily silent. There were bodies inside, remains that had survived the deep not through preservation, but by isolation. Soviet sailors who had died in darkness now rested within the hold of an American vessel, their names unknown, their fates entangled with geopolitics they could never have imagined. It is said, and this much at least was later confirmed, that the Americans gave the recovered dead a burial at sea. A brief ceremony, respectful and subdued, was conducted on deck. The crew gathered, an American flag was folded, words were spoken, the remains, sealed in a weighted casket, were returned to the deep. Cameras recorded the moment, though the footage would remain classified for decades. It was perhaps the only point in the entire operation that acknowledged the human cost of what had been done, not the cost of the mission, but of the Cold War itself. And still, the mission was not acknowledged. When the Glomar explorer returned to port, it did so under a shroud of silence. There were questions from the press, of course. Rumours had begun to swirl. The ship was too strange, too expensive, too secretive to go unnoticed. Journalists asked about the purpose of the voyage, about its funding, about what, if anything, had been brought up from the sea. The CIA, when finally compelled to respond, offered a phrase that would become legend in the world of intelligence and public stonewalling. They could neither confirm nor deny the existence of the project. It was a simple sentence, sterile, precise, infuriating, and it marked the beginning of a new era in government secrecy. The full truth of what had happened with Project Azorian would not emerge for decades. What was recovered, what was lost, what was learned. But for the men who had built the ship, who had braved the deep, who had watched the broken Soviet machine rise into their grasp, only to slip away again, the truth was never a matter of speculation. It was real, heavy, cold, and it remained as it always had beneath the surface. By the time the Glomar explorer returned to shore, its massive hull stained by salt and secrecy, the mission was already receding into the depths of official silence. The Cold War was in full frost, and in the halls of Langley and elsewhere across the vast compartmentalized bureaucracy that had given birth to Project Azorian, men filed their reports, reviewed footage, and tucked away hard-won data in folders marked with phrases that blurred meaning. Retrieval incomplete, partial success, subject analysis ongoing. The American public, for its part, remained unaware that such an undertaking had even taken place, unaware that the country's intelligence services had built a ship unlike any other in history, had sailed it into the middle of the Pacific, and had tried, against every conceivable natural and mechanical obstacle, to pluck a fragment of the Soviet nuclear arsenal from the ocean floor. It had cost $500 million, the better part of a decade, and in the end yielded not what had been hoped, but not nothing either. The wreckage recovered was studied in silence. Whatever intelligence had been gleaned was catalogued, reviewed, and buried, not beneath water, but beneath classification stamps and bureaucratic opacity. It might have stayed that way. It might have remained another of the thousands of Cold War secrets too strange to be believed and too dangerous to be confirmed, except that in February of 1975, the Los Angeles Times published a story that cracked the silence wide open. Written by journalist Jack Anderson, known for his dogged pursuit of Washington's buried truths, the article claimed that the CIA had conducted a massive and secret effort to raise a sunken Soviet submarine, and had done so under the cover of a supposed deep-sea mining operation linked to Howard Hughes. The story was thin on technical detail but explosive in implication. And for the first time since the Glomar explorer had slipped out into open water, the public caught a glimpse of the audacity that had driven Project Azorian. The government's response was not denial, at least not in the old familiar way. It was something new, something carefully crafted to both acknowledge and refuse. A phrase that offered no facts, admitted no wrongdoing, and revealed nothing at all. The now infamous statement that the United States could neither confirm nor deny the existence of such an operation. The phrase had been written with caution in mind, designed to forestall further inquiry and protect not only the secrecy of the mission, but the tools, methods, and partnerships that might still be useful in other operations yet to come. But in the process of hiding, it revealed something else, that what lay beneath the surface of the Cold War was not only a race for technological supremacy, but a race to control narrative, to manipulate perception, and to obscure the edges of truth behind a language of deliberate ambiguity. The public reaction was swift and divided. Some marveled at the ambition of the attempt, the sheer scale of it, the courage of those who had risked failure in a place so far removed from land or light. Others questioned the cost, the secrecy, and the fact that so little had apparently been recovered. In Congress, a few members demanded oversight. Committees were convened, witnesses were called, but for every question asked, the same answer returned: we can neither confirm nor deny. That phrase, so bland, so bloodless, would become a kind of cultural artifact in its own right. It was cited in courtrooms, debated in editorials, parodied in films. It came to symbolize a certain institutional arrogance, a refusal to engage in accountability, a wall of carefully maintained silence that protected not just secrets, but the systems that produced them. It became, in essence, the Cold War's epitaph, an era not of open conflict, but of hidden operations conducted beneath the surface of politics, diplomacy, and even history itself. Decades passed, the Cold War ended, the Soviet Union collapsed, files were unsealed, and fragments of the old intelligence architecture were released into the public domain. In 2010, the CIA declassified a significant portion of its internal history of Project Azorian, acknowledging not only the attempt to raise K-129, but the engineering marvels that had made the mission possible. The documents confirmed that only a portion of the submarine had been recovered, that some intelligence had been extracted, though much of what the agency had hoped to retrieve had been lost in the deep. The internal records described the project as a mission of high risk, but emphasized its value in demonstrating that such operations could be undertaken even in the most hostile and unforgiving environments on Earth. What the documents did not fully capture, and perhaps could not, was the scale of human ingenuity and obsession that had brought the Glomar explorer into being. They did not convey the weight of the claw as it opened 3 miles below the surface, nor the silence that followed when half the prize slipped back into darkness. They did not explain the mixture of pride and futility that coloured every page of the operation's legacy, and they certainly did not account for the lives, the careers, the ambitions folded into that strange ship's voyage. How many hands had built it, how many minds had conceived of it, and how many questions it would leave behind, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. Because that is, in the end, what the Glomar explorer came to represent, not just a technical feat or a geopolitical gamble, but a symbol of the kind of power that thrives in the absence of light. A ship built to hunt ghosts. A story told in half-truths. A claw reaching down into silence and bringing back not just steel and wires, but the realization that in a world ruled by secrecy, even failure can be buried beneath success, and even the sea, vast and ancient though it is, cannot hide forever from the reach of empire. Project Azorian did not alter the balance of power. It did not end a war or prevent one. It yielded no treasure map, no cipher to decode the enemy, but it showed what was possible, what could be conceived, built, launched and executed in the name of national security without the knowledge of the people whose taxes paid for it and whose freedoms it was said to protect. It revealed that the greatest operations are not always the loudest, that sometimes the most extraordinary stories begin with a silence too deep to be measured. And it left behind a phrase, cold and immovable as steel, echoing from briefing rooms to courtrooms to the pages of history. We can neither confirm nor deny. In the stillness of a hospital room, where the walls were painted in muted tones and the windows let in a filtered, indifferent light, a nurse adjusted the collar of her patient's gown with the detached gentleness of someone trained to offer care without connection. The year was 1945, and in places like Rochester, San Francisco, and Oak Ridge, men and women lay in their beds with the quiet dignity of the sick, unaware that their bodies had been enrolled in a secret they would never understand. Outside, the world was at war, though that word, war, had come to mean something almost too large to grasp. It was not just the churn of tanks across ruined fields in France or the sudden silence that followed air raids in London. It was also the hidden engines of America's laboratories, humming in basements and behind locked doors, where men in white coats scribbled formulas and whispered to each other in clipped tones. There, in that strange space between medicine and weaponry, the Manhattan Project was taking shape, not only as a military endeavor, but as a sprawling network of science, secrecy, and sacrifice. And in that silence, another kind of war was unfolding. It did not make headlines, it left no smoking craters, but it marked the flesh, one body at a time. They came into the hospitals for all sorts of reasons. Some were old, some young, some were dying, some were expected to recover. Some, like the woman in room 4B, were pregnant, their bellies just beginning to swell beneath the thin cotton of their gowns. Most spoke little. Many could not speak at all. Their charts bore words like fatigue or anemia, diagnoses vague enough to justify observation but gentle enough to avoid alarm. What they could not read were the margins, the notes added in secret, the initials of visiting scientists with no clinical role, the coded references to materials of interest and controlled exposure events. In those margins, another story was being written, the story of a government that, in its race to unlock the most destructive force in human history, chose to test its theories not on paper, but on the living. To the patients, it began as a question. Would you mind a small injection? It's part of a routine procedure, a supplement, a vitamin in some cases. The voice was always calm, reassuring. Not every patient was asked, but when they were, consent was framed as routine, a formality, nothing more. And for those not conscious, no permission was needed at all. The injection itself was painless, just a pinprick in the arm, a brief sting, then a dull warmth that faded as quickly as it came. What they didn't feel was the half-microgram of plutonium-239 now coursing through their veins, settling into their bones, their liver, their kidneys, silent, invisible, and irrevocable. Plutonium was new then. It had been isolated only a few years earlier, and even the scientists who worked with it daily had little idea how it behaved in the human body. What they knew was this: it was a byproduct of atomic fission, extraordinarily toxic, and central to the bomb they were building. If America was to manufacture it by the ton, they needed to know what happened when a person absorbed even the smallest amount. How long did it stay in the body? How was it excreted? Could it be flushed out, or did it remain forever, carving its signature into the bones like a scar made of fire? They could have tested animals, and they did, in droves, but animals weren't human. Their metabolisms were different. Their physiology only told part of the story. The real answers required people, so they began to find them. The patients chosen were not selected at random, but neither were they truly chosen in any meaningful sense. They were convenient in the most clinical meaning of the word: available, vulnerable, easy to overlook. One of the first was a man referred to in internal documents only as EDC. He'd been admitted to an army hospital in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, suffering from injuries sustained on the job. A construction accident, nothing particularly unusual. He was 30-something, with no family nearby and no real ability to advocate for himself. On April the 10th, 1945, without his knowledge, he was injected with 4.7 micrograms of plutonium. He died less than a year later. The cause of death was listed as heart failure. His bones were removed during autopsy and shipped to Los Alamos for study. In Chicago, a woman referred to as KAL-1, the numbering system used to identify the location and order of subjects, was injected in July 1945 while being treated for metastatic cancer. She lived for 5 days after the injection. Her organs were harvested and studied under code, her name never recorded in the files. There was no malice in the paperwork, just columns of numbers, times, isotopes, and organ weights. The handwriting was neat, the charts were precise, the deaths were not dramatic, no radiation burns, no sudden explosions of illness. That was part of the point. The exposure levels were low, intended to mimic the kind of contamination a worker might experience in an accident or a soldier might face in the field. But the patients were not workers. They were not soldiers. They were not told what they were participating in, and they were not asked if they wanted to help build the bomb. They were simply used. In rooms lined with green tile and steel cabinets, the scientists monitored excretion rates. Urine was collected in sterile containers. Feces was weighed and labelled. Blood was drawn on a schedule, stored in ice boxes, and flown to laboratories in New Mexico or California. Every step of the process was logged. The data was considered crucial. And in a way, it was. The Manhattan Project was not just about creating a bomb, it was about mastering the entire life cycle of nuclear energy, from mining and refining uranium to assembling weaponized cores to understanding the aftermath of exposure. The scientists were not monsters. They were brilliant men, and they were mostly men who believed in what they were doing. They believed that the stakes justified the methods, that secrecy was not only necessary but moral, that war demanded sacrifices, and that some of those sacrifices would be made without permission. They built a weapon to end a war. And in the quiet corners of American hospitals, they conducted experiments to understand what that weapon would do not just to cities, but to bodies. They had their reasons, they had their doubts, but they moved forward anyway. Because the bomb could not wait. By the time the war had ended and the lights had returned to the cities, when the blackout curtains were folded away and the newspapers printed victory in headlines larger than any since the fall of Berlin, a quiet silence settled over the laboratories and bunkers that had given birth to the bomb. Los Alamos emptied slowly, its brilliance dispersed back into universities and government agencies, its secrets locked away behind initials and false names, the echo of its urgency replaced by a kind of administrative inertia. The scientists, many of them now uneasy with the thing they had built, returned to their academic posts or were absorbed into new divisions of an emerging military-industrial complex. Some stayed silent, still believing in the righteousness of the cause, while others began to speak in cautious terms about the dangers of what had been unleashed. But, for those whose bodies had been used to answer the unknowns of radiation, for the men and women who had laid in hospital beds under soft lights while their blood was drawn and their bones absorbed an element they had never heard of, the silence stretched far longer, and the recognition would take nearly half a century to arrive. In the years that followed the atomic age's violent birth, when Hiroshima and Nagasaki had already passed into memory and the mushroom cloud had become both symbol and shadow, the experiments conducted under the Manhattan Project's broader umbrella faded into obscurity. They were never entirely erased. Paper trails existed, memos were filed, reports compiled, but they were hidden behind layers of technical language and compartmentalized authority, such that even those who read the documents might not have understood what exactly they were seeing. The names of patients were rarely recorded. They were identified only by numbers, locations, and dates. CAL1, HP3, CHI7. Their identities dissolved into a ledger of tissue samples and half-lives, as though they had never been people at all, only instruments through which knowledge was gained. What had begun in secrecy remained buried beneath it, and for decades the public remained unaware that in the very institutions designed to offer care, there had been another purpose at work, one that had nothing to do with healing and everything to do with control, knowledge, and the quiet violence of unchecked power. The revelations, when they came, arrived not with a thunderclap, but with a slow unfurling. Papers handed from archivist to journalist, whispers exchanged between former technicians, names re-emerging from redacted files. It was not a government commission that first pulled the truth into the light, but a reporter working from the unlikely perch of a Midwestern newspaper, whose curiosity proved sharper than the bureaucracy's desire to forget. Her name was Eileen Wellsome, and in the early 1990s, she began to investigate a story that had haunted her since she stumbled across a cryptic reference in a Department of Energy report, an offhand line about human plutonium injections conducted during the 1940s. The details were thin, but something about the wording lingered with her, a faint suggestion of wrongdoing buried beneath scientific detachment. And so, over months and then years, she began to pull at the thread. It was not easy work. The files were scattered, the terminology archaic, the names redacted or reduced to initials. Many of the records had been transferred, renamed, or nearly lost in the bureaucratic churn of multiple federal agencies. But Wellsome persisted, travelling to libraries and government archives, interviewing surviving family members, scouring documents line by line until patterns began to emerge. What she uncovered, piece by piece, was a story that defied belief not because of its complexity, but because of its cruelty. She discovered, for example, that one of the subjects, identified in the files as KL3, had been a house painter named Elmer Allen. He had been admitted to a hospital in San Francisco after falling from a train, and while being treated for a leg injury, he had been injected with plutonium without his knowledge. Doctors later amputated the leg, not because of his injury, but because they wanted to study the distribution of the radioactive material in his bones. His family had never known the real reason for the procedure. For decades, they believed it had been necessary, and that Elmer's subsequent health issues were unrelated. But Wellsome's reporting changed that. She found others too. Albert Stevens, who lived in California and was told he had cancer, but who in reality did not, and who was nonetheless injected with radioactive isotopes and monitored until his death. He had lived for years with some of the highest known internal radiation levels ever recorded in a human being, and still, he was never informed. The number of test subjects varied by source, but it became clear that dozens, if not hundreds, of Americans had been exposed to radioactive materials without informed consent. Some were injected, others were fed radioactive iron or iodine. Pregnant women, young children, hospital patients, prison inmates, they had all, in one way or another, been seen not as individuals deserving of respect and protection, but as vessels through which data could be extracted. Welsom's work culminated in a series of articles published in 1993 in the Albuquerque Tribune, a small paper with limited reach but a reputation for tenacity. The series, titled The Plutonium Experiment, was painstakingly sourced, deeply human, and devastating in its implications. It did not rely on sensationalism or sweeping accusations. Instead, it told the stories of the victims, their lives, their illnesses, their families, and placed those stories alongside the dry, clinical records that had once reduced them to case numbers. The response was immediate. The articles drew national attention, triggering outrage among the public and confusion within the government. Many of the agencies named in the reports claimed to have no knowledge of the experiments or denied involvement outright. Others promised to review the evidence, but the momentum could not be stopped. Within months, the federal government announced the formation of a special committee to investigate the human radiation experiments of the Cold War era. The committee, chaired by former Princeton president and then Secretary of Energy Hazel O'Leary, was tasked with reviewing thousands of documents, conducting interviews, and producing a comprehensive account of what had occurred. What they found confirmed the worst of Welsom's reporting, and in some cases went even further. Over the next 2 years, the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments uncovered not just the plutonium studies, but a much broader pattern of unethical behavior. Radiation had been administered to patients without consent in VA hospitals, to prisoners in Oregon and Washington, to mentally disabled children at state institutions. At Fernald School in Massachusetts, boys were fed oatmeal laced with radioactive traces as part of a nutrition study sponsored by MIT and the Atomic Energy Commission. At Vanderbilt University, pregnant women were given radioactive iron to study absorption rates. In each case, the subjects were not informed of the risks. In many cases, they were not told at all. The committee's final report, released in 1995, ran over 900 pages. It detailed not only the experiments themselves, but the context in which they had been approved, the layers of government oversight that had failed to protect the vulnerable, the bureaucratic language that had concealed risk behind euphemism, the scientists who had justified their actions by invoking urgency, patriotism, or simple curiosity. It painted a portrait of a nation that, in the name of security and progress, had turned away from its own values. President Bill Clinton, in a nationally televised address, offered a formal apology to the victims and their families. When the government does something wrong, he said, we have a moral responsibility to admit it. Compensation was authorized for some of the survivors. Memorials were proposed, safeguards were strengthened, but no criminal charges were filed. No officials were prosecuted, and many of the scientists involved had already died or retired long before the truth emerged. In time, the headlines faded. The victims, many already forgotten, slipped once more into the quiet margins of history. But the story remained, a reminder not only of what had been done, but of how easily it could be hidden. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its mission. It had delivered a weapon that reshaped the world. But beneath that triumph lay another legacy, one written not in the language of victory, but in the tissue of the human body, in the marrow of bones and the silence of sealed files. It was not a story of war. It was a story of trust, broken, denied, and finally revealed. And in that story there were no heroes, only questions, only scars. The apartment was quiet in the hours before dawn, the kind of stillness that settles over a city only in the brief window between midnight's last ambulance wail and the first stirrings of morning traffic. It was December the 4th, 1969, and outside the two-flat building on Chicago's west side, the air hung heavy with that unique Midwestern cold, thick and unmoving, a silence pierced only by the occasional hum of distant engines or the soft rustle of wind against rusted fences. Inside, most were asleep. Fred Hampton lay in bed beside his fiancée, Deborah Johnson, who was more than 8 months pregnant. The others, friends, comrades, fellow Panthers, were scattered throughout the small apartment, some on mattresses, some curled in corners, some halfway between sleep and the troubled vigilance that came from living under the constant threat of surveillance, arrest, or worse. It had been a long year. Fred Hampton, at just 21 years old, had become the heartbeat of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. He spoke with the cadence of a preacher and the urgency of a revolutionary, a voice that fused street wisdom with political clarity, cutting through the noise of protests and press conferences with rare, unrelenting conviction. He was not just a gifted speaker, he was a coalition builder, a strategist, a young man who had seen through the walls that divided Chicago's Black, Latino, and poor white communities and reached across them with purpose. He had helped organize the Rainbow Coalition, drawing together unlikely allies from street gangs, young lords, and white Appalachian radicals, not just to protest, but to feed children, to offer health care, to demand something more than slogans and symbolic victories. That kind of power, grassroots, unifying, defiant, was the kind that made people in Washington nervous. And in the file rooms of the FBI, Fred Hampton's name had already been underlined. What happened next would be called a raid. That was the word the police used, official, procedural, clinical. But those who survived and those who would later walk the blood-streaked hallways of that apartment would call it something else. In the darkness, before the first light touched the snow-powdered rooftops of Monroe Street, 24 Chicago police officers, most from the department's tactical unit, assembled quietly outside the building. They were armed with shotguns, revolvers, and submachine guns, weapons not typically associated with routine arrests. They had a warrant, hastily prepared, for the possession of illegal weapons. But the intelligence behind the raid, the layout of the apartment, the sleeping arrangements, the number of people present, had come from another source entirely. William O'Neill, a young man who had joined the Panthers months earlier, had been working all along as an informant for the FBI. Recruited after a stolen car arrest and offered leniency in exchange for cooperation, O'Neill had risen through the ranks with the kind of access that only trust could buy. He had keys. He prepared floor plans. He moved between meetings with agents and rallies with comrades, carrying secrets in both directions. It was O'Neill who drugged Hampton's drink the night before the raid. It was O'Neill who gave the police the precise layout of the apartment, and it was O'Neill who would disappear into the witness protection program long before the truth could catch up to him. The officers did not knock. At 4:45 a.m., they broke down the front door with a battering ram and opened fire before the first warning was shouted. Bullets tore through plaster and furniture, glass exploded from windows, and screams erupted into the freezing air. It was over in minutes. Nearly 100 shots were fired. Later reports would claim that the Panthers had returned fire, but ballistics would reveal that only one shot had come from their side, likely reflexive, fired by Mark Clark as he was killed instantly by the first blast through the door. Every other bullet came from the police. In the bedroom, Fred Hampton never stirred. Deborah Johnson, still groggy from sleep, later recalled trying to wake him, shaking his body, whispering his name, then shouting it. But Hampton did not respond. The sedative, secobarbital, powerful and fast-acting, had done its work. The officers entered the room, saw him lying there, and fired 2 shots into his head at close range. One of them, according to eyewitnesses, said afterward, "He's good and dead now." Johnson, miraculously, was not shot. They led her out of the room at gunpoint, past the bodies of the wounded, past the blood pooling on the hardwood floors, past the gaping bullet holes that had transformed the apartment into something more like a war zone than a home. She was taken into custody, along with the few others who survived, and told nothing of Fred's condition for hours. When the truth came, it was not through a doctor or a lawyer, but through the smirking voice of an officer. "He's dead, you can stop acting." The news spread quickly, though the story changed with every retelling. The police claimed there had been a fierce gun battle, that officers had come under heavy fire, that Hampton had resisted arrest and was killed in the crossfire. They posed for photographs beside seized rifles and weapons, laid out neatly for the press. They painted the raid as a necessary response to a dangerous militant threat, part of a broader campaign to restore law and order. But the photographs of the apartment, taken by reporters and later by attorneys, told a different story. Bullet holes all ran in one direction. Furniture was shredded from the outside in. The beds were soaked in blood but untouched by return fire. It became increasingly clear that what had happened on Monroe Street was not a shootout, it was an execution. The city's black community did not wait for official explanations. Protests erupted within hours. Crowds gathered outside police stations and government buildings, carrying photos of Hampton, chanting his name, demanding justice. They already knew what the papers would take weeks to confirm, that this was not random, not accidental, not the work of one rogue department. This had been planned, sanctioned, carried out with the precision of a military strike, using intelligence provided by the very agencies tasked with protecting the nation's rights and freedoms. The apartment became a shrine. Thousands came to walk through the rooms, to see the bullet-riddled walls, to touch the sheets where Hampton had died, to take photographs and offer prayers. It was a procession of mourning and defiance, a living indictment of a system that had declared war on its own citizens. For many, Fred Hampton's death was not simply a tragedy. It was proof that the American state, when threatened by voices it could not control, would kill to silence them. But the truth, as always, took longer to surface in full. The city of Chicago stood by its police, the federal government denied involvement, and the press, divided and cautious, reported the events through the lens of confusion, uncertain of which version to trust. Lawsuits were filed, activists dug deeper, and in basements and courtrooms, behind closed doors and slowly declassified memos, a different story began to take shape, one that would, in time, reveal not only the mechanics of Fred Hampton's death, but the machinery of surveillance, infiltration, and political violence that had made it possible. But on that cold December morning, as the sun finally rose over Chicago, casting long shadows across the blood-stained apartment, none of that was yet known. There was only silence. only the still form of a 21-year-old man who had dared to speak for the voiceless, only the broken walls of a home that had become a battlefield, and only the weight of something far heavier than grief, the sense, shared by all who stood there, that what had happened was not a mistake, not a tragedy, but a message, a warning, and in the years to come it would be up to others to uncover just how far the conspiracy had reached and how deeply the truth had been buried beneath the official story.